All right, good morning and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy December 2025 meeting. Today is Wednesday, December 3rd, and meeting will now come to order. My name is Helen Park and I'll be the presiding officer. We'll start with the Board of Pharmacy mission statement. In regulating the practice of pharmacy, the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy has a duty to carry out and enforce the provisions of Nevada law, protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Next, we'll do our roll call. Mr. Adam Porat.
Here.
Ms. Crystal Freitas.
Here.
Mr. Richard Tomaso.
Here.
Ms. Jay Jacobo. Ms. Shanice Taylor.
Present.
Ms. Ann Carr.
Here.
Okay, thank you. We have all members present. Mr. Weeks, any announcements?
Just a couple of announcements. Good morning, Madam President. This meeting will be held in conformance with Nevada open meeting law. Certain components of it will take place on Zoom. For the public, if there's somebody on Zoom, they'll be on the screen to your left. The board members know how to follow things on Zoom. We do have I see three previous board members in the audience. So I recognize Jody Lewis and Joe Kellogg and Melissa Schick. Thanks for your previous service. And then I have a little bit of sad news I want to take a minute to point out to the public. So shortly before Thanksgiving, we lost Wayne Mitchell. He passed away, unfortunately. He was a previous board member. He had a long distinguished career in pharmacy in Nevada. Most of it was related to leadership. So he had a leadership role through most of his career. He touched so much of pharmaceutical care in Nevada, served 6 years on the board, always focused on public safety, and thank him for that. He is survived by his wife and wonderful daughters, and so I wanted to thank them for allowing him to help the state and serve on the board, and just say that he will sorely be missed. I'll turn it back over to Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. I think just to honor Mr. Mitchell, if we could have just a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
All right, any other updates, Mr. Weeks?
That's it.
So with that, our next order of business will be to open up the floor for any public comment. If we have anyone in the room who wishes to make a public comment or anyone online, please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom or let us know through the chat function.
I'll see you on, Madam President.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the period for public comment for now. There'll be another opportunity at the end of the day today. So with that, we'll go to the approval of the meeting minutes from our last meeting. Okay, board members, any discussion on the minutes?
It stood out to me, Madam President. I would move that we approve the meeting minutes for the October 15th through 16th meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kovo, second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the October 15, 16, 2025 meeting minutes are now approved. And we'll move next to the consent agenda. Board members, any discussion on the consent agenda?
Nothing noted from me, Madam President. I would move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Crystal Freitas, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Kobo, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. The consent agenda has now been approved. We'll move on to our regular agenda and we'll start with agenda item 5BB and 5CC. That's for Walgreens Pharmacy number 3842 and Sophie's Inn. please come forward, or representatives, would you please come forward? Good morning.
Morning.
If I could please have you both state your full names for the record.
Bill Stilling representing Mr. Stalvey and Walgreens.
So T him, HIM.
Mr. Him, I'm gonna swear you in, if you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, with that, I'll turn it over to
Laura.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker for the record. This case begins on page 5806 of the board book. This is for case number 24-451-PH-S. And this first one is related to respondent Walgreens Pharmacy, number 03842. And the license number for that is PH 01249. The accusation and allegations are also located on page 5806 of your board book. This accusation is related to a misfill where the patient received some tablets of the incorrect drug, resulting in the patient seeking medical attention for adverse reactions. Walgreens, the respondent for this stipulation, was charged with pharmacy responsibility for the pharmacist's conduct. You can find the stipulation on page 5816 of the board book. And the terms that we are presenting you today are that respondent Walgreens agrees to pay an administrative fine of $1,000, pay fees and costs for $500, which are reasonable, necessary, and actually incurred. And I present the stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, December 3rd, 2025.
Do we also want to go to the stipulation for Mr. Him?
And thank you, Madam President. That is, that's for 5CC in the board book, which is on page 5823. Same case number with respondent Southie Him, certificate of registration 15426. Mr. Him was the managing pharmacist here, and was charged with, he was a pharmacist on duty here, and he was charged with 1 count of unprofessional conduct for failing to notice upon inspection that the vial contained some tablets of the incorrect medication. His stipulation can be found on page 5833 of the board book. And the terms for this one are that Him agrees to pay an administrative fine of $1,000 and pay fees and costs of $500, which are reasonable, necessary, and actually incurred. And we also present this stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, December 3rd, 2025.
Great, thank you. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Stilling for any additional remarks.
We don't really have any additional remarks. We agree with the stipulation, which is simple dispensing there, and we will ask the board to approve the stipulation for both stipulations.
Great. This is Helen Park. I have just a couple questions, general questions in regards to dispensing machine that was involved. So the dispensing machine, if I understand, had medication incorrectly loaded, which resulted in this misfill that was missed by Mr. Him. Is that accurate?
That's correct. That's how the mistake occurred. Both tablets were small, white, round tablets. So when he inspected the prescription as it came through, he saw the tablets. It's kind of hard to see the difference, and so it got by him. So yes, it had been loaded incorrectly into the dispensing machine. And subsequently, after I think Walgreens found a few tablets of the carbidolol in there, and that's how they knew that's where the mistake arose.
So some of the correct medication was in the vial that the patient received and some were incorrect. Is that?
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay. And then from a Walgreens standpoint, who loads those machines to verify the right medication is loaded into the right canister, so to speak?
I understand pharmacists do that, and we don't know who loaded this one because by the time the investigation occurred, I'm not sure they turned over the records, but we just don't know who actually loaded it that time.
Okay, but it's a pharmacist that verifies the, or inserts or inputs the information, is that?
It wouldn't necessarily, as I understand it, and maybe someone else can explain it, but as I understand it, there's, when those cells are empty, then the red light, something happens so that they're notified. And then they'll go and get a stock bottle off the shelf, maybe 500, and scan it in, and then open the cell and pour it in. How this happened is, they're not quite sure. I think they're using those cells less and less in general because just for a number of reasons, mainly because I don't think they help a great deal, you know, so.
So you're saying they're using these machines less and less?
That's my understanding, but I'm not, you know, I'm not on the front line, but
Sure.
I think I've seen that in other states where they're kind of phasing them out or not using them.
Okay, and then
But they are still, I'm not saying that they don't use it.
it's okay, yeah, I was just thinking it does usually operate with a scanning, so.
That's right.
That should have flagged it at that point, and so I was just wondering about the safeguards in place. And then still unsure about how the tablets could be mixed together. That's still odd to me, and so. Does Walgreens have any plans to further investigate how these errors took place? Because it really doesn't set the pharmacist or the patient up for safety.
I think it was just one error. I don't know that there were multiple errors. This is just a one-time thing as far as we know. What steps they've taken, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure that they, you know, I think it's just one of those mysterious things because you have to scan it in. And whether somebody scanned it into the cell adjacent or above and then poured it in the wrong cell, that maybe is the most likely way it happened.
Okay, and then Dr. Him, so you did the visual inspection. What does that process look like?
It's what it is, you take the prescription label, scan, and pick the bottle from the machine, and then you scan up. Right now they have this weight scale. You scan and clear, and then you go to product verification at the computer.
At the computer, do you see what's in the vial or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah, you kind of look in the while and it's gonna turn around a little bit. But unfortunately, I missed it.
okay. Board members, any additional questions?
Yes, Madam President, my fellow board members are all pharmacists, so they would understand what you're talking about, this dispensing machine. Could you, for a layman, can you tell me what this dispensing machine is and how it is filled?
It's a Yoyama machine, cell machine, and what it is, when you go fill the cell, only when the machine say empty, the cell is empty, that's when you take the bottle, scan, and then punch in the lot number and the expiration date according to the manufacturer of 1 year from the date that you fill the cell. And you pull the cell and put those medication in, and then press, fill. That's what
But you didn't do that, somebody else did.
no, I don't remember. I didn't do it. Usually if I do it, my initial should be on the machine. Because you have to punch in your initial, pharmacist that filled the machine or fill the cell, and the date was filled.
So there's a flaw in the system here because it could be filled by somebody else who we don't know.
It could be.
And when it gets to you, you don't realize it's wrong.
I don't remember because I verified the product, the final product
Yeah.
before. Yeah, that's when mistake was made.
So the dispensing machine was filled by someone.
It could be.
Someone should be sitting here too, but who is someone?
I don't know.
So how could they guarantee, how could Walgreens guarantee that someone isn't gonna do it again and not be responsible for it?
Usually For the cell filling, you have to scan, put your initial on it, and that's what I usually do.
But this particular time, whoever filled it didn't scan it.
Yeah, I don't know who.
That's
did
what I
it.
was asking, Mr. Silling, and he says they don't have that information, or they haven't looked into it yet, or maybe they have, but they don't have it available today.
I think they have looked into it. You know, there's a mistake occurs, and when the mistake occurs, Walgreens, like most other pharmacies, does an investigation. Unfortunately, this time I don't think they were able to find out who actually filled the cell.
I understand that, but are they gonna set up a procedure? Do you know, Counselor, if they're gonna set up some procedure where there won't be a someone anymore? It'll be a.
Well, I can't speak to that. I don't want to testify, you know,
I understand.
you know, I think this is a one-off. I do think that the cells are being used less. As much as anything, I think it doesn't attain the efficiencies that they had hoped. And I think this is, again, something I've seen before, where they're using it less because, for example, if you have returns, and not returns is the wrong one, but when they
Return
have-
stock.
yeah, return to stock, yeah, you know, people don't pick up the prescriptions, they sit on the shelf, they return to stock. Because they're still good, you're not gonna throw them away, and, you know, those don't go into cells, so there's a lot of times you're filling prescriptions that way, and you don't get to do that if you're using a cell, so those might just sit over there and expire. But I don't know what, I mean, I think the system is actually pretty good, there's no fail-safe system. But this is a system where you would think by scanning the barcode in and putting the expiration date and putting the lot number in, that it would, you know, get the.
You would think, but it didn't, but we're still missing someone. And Mr. Reese, moving forward, how could this board be sure that this isn't gonna happen again? And we have someone who did it and not.
Yeah, sorry, Bill, for your indulgence, NAC 639-725 addresses this. They're called in law, mechanical counting devices. They're separate from mechanical devices. And there's already rules in place for how they're done, so I'll just run through those real lightly. Along with keeping like who the manufacturer, lot number, they have to keep all that stuff when they dump it in there. The pharmacist must oversee it. A technician, an intern, or a pharmacist could do the actual filling, but a pharmacist must oversee it. And then they have to keep a record of who filled it. To your point, if somebody doesn't do that and they just dump some in the machine and they don't keep the record, that would be a violation of law. You can consider that today. But there are rules for which, I mean, the rules are set out. They would have to, if they're going to use these systems. I do agree with Bill. They were quite in vogue in the past, and then they just like maybe the return on investment wasn't good or whatever the deal was. But there's already rules for mechanical counting devices. We also had devices that in the past you could pour drugs through and it would count them as they go through. Those are mechanical counting devices that we don't see too much anymore. So I think you've already stumbled on what the issue is. I think the question is, does the STIP address what you want, or do you want to reject the STIP and make sure that we address that? But we couldn't pin it on again, I'm not saying that if we don't have the record, then we can't say who did it. That's from the board's perspective, but ultimately the pharmacy is responsible, and they're not saying they're not.
I disagree. I think that Walgreens is responsible for not being able to verify who filled that machine. And you know what, they criticize this board for not accepting technology, but here's technology that failed. Because
Yeah, I mean, I'll go to Todd. Your option, I think, is to reject the STIP or pass the STIP, and then if you reject it, board staff will take the actions that we think necessary to proceed with the case. But I'll go to Mr. Weiss.
Senior Deputy Attorney General Todd Weiss, as we always do with these stipulations, we have options to accept as is, reject outright, at which time you'll go back into the hearing process, or if there are, potential changes, the board is in agreement. They would like to see, the parties can go back and see if they can work that out. So those are always the three options we have when we're faced with a stip like this. Thank you.
Okay, well, my condition is as a public member that I'm gonna bow to my fellow pharmacists because they know the system better than I do, what actually took place. I still have a hard time visualizing what happened in that pharmacy. But I feel that it's just the fact that they come forward with this pharmacist and he's gonna take the hit for it because it's ultimately up to him. That they don't know who the someone is. I mean, I don't like this someone. You can come in here and sit here all day and say someone did this, someone did that. In the meantime, a patient was injured. So I think that somehow, somewhere along the line, it has to be corrected. Something that you just can't be a someone up here before us. And I think that I'd like to hear what my fellow board members think about it, but if they feel that, okay, well, it's something that I'm making a big deal of, and it really isn't that big a deal, then okay. But if it's not, I'd like to hear what their thoughts are.
Yeah, I think before you do that, I'd just go back to the attorney. So we charged the case and they charged the case on the facts that they have. The way the law lays out, it's ultimately responsibility of the pharmacist, so that's why he's here today. I don't disagree with you that there's another party that played a role in it, and it is a concern. So I think if you also have the ability to modify the STIP, that some additional training happens, that they retrain the staff to make sure that they're, I think in this case, it seems to me, somebody filled the machine and didn't keep the record. I think Walgreens had a policy that says you must keep the record, but if somebody doesn't follow that policy, they're liable for the actions of the pharmacist. I think your concern is very valid. It's just how do you want it addressed from Board of Tax perspective? And so that if you want to modify the STIP to say they have to retrain everybody, that you must keep these records and resend the policy, how we've done that kind of stuff in the past. We cannot go back and find the person if they don't have the record, and I'm just taking Bill's word that they don't have the record, not that he's lying, I don't know the case well enough for that.
The only reason I say that is because it was provided to the investigator.
Sure.
Investigator, if there had been a record of it, then I would expect that the investigator would have done something. Would have charged that person.
I think I'll go back to Mr. Hill. You were aware that you were using the machine, people used the machine and they needed to be filled, right? You were aware of that. And then when you did it, you kept the record that was required by law and.
Yes, every time I fill the cell, I always punch in what's required and my initials on it.
Yeah. And is there a possibility that somebody just filled up the cell and did not do that?
That I don't know because I'm an overnight. It could be they done during the daytime. I just don't know. I'm an overnight pharmacist. I work from 10 to 8, so.
And again, I think from board staff, I think we should address your concern. I'm not saying we shouldn't. We should address your concern. It's just how do you want to get it addressed?
I'm fourth for the record. I guess what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Kim, is that when you say you punch in this information, so it goes into the machine, the record?
Every time I fill the cell, yes, sir.
Okay, and so if it were to not pass barcode scanning, there would have to be overwritten, or what does that process look
No,
like?
there's no overwritten because what you do, you can manually punch in the NDC number through that cell.
Okay,
Yeah. Because the bottle, sometimes you scan, it doesn't pre-fill the whole thing. So you have to punch in the NDC number and then the lot number, the expiration, the quantity, and then your initial before you fill the cell.
okay.
So this is Helen Park. I'm comfortable with the stipulation as proposed for Mr. Kim. I do think there's an additional responsibility on Walgreens. I do like the idea of training or some kind of step to show that, how to prevent this from reoccurring in the future. So I would be in favor of kind of modifying this STIP for Walgreens just slightly and open to that discussion.
I think if we could do that, Flora can go back and just put on the record the charges for the accusation to make sure that you see what we charge and if that matches up to what you want us to charge. Because you could also reject the STIP, we can charge the case and address it that way too, so.
Okay, Laura Tucker for the record. I'll go ahead and read in. So for count two specifically for respondent Walgreens number 03842. You can look at page 5825 of the board book to follow along with me. But the charge is as the pharmacy/pharmacy owner at which the unprofessional conduct and violations of law alleged herein occurred, respondent Walgreens number 03842 is responsible for those violations, including all errors and omissions of respondent him and any other pharmacy personnel in the course of erroneously filling and dispensing prescription number 4614048 pursuant to NRS 639.230 subsection 5, also NAC 639.702 and or NAC 639.945 subsection 3.
Great. So I think that falls well within count two in terms of,
Yeah, I think to Dick's point, we can always make it clearer, but I think that was Laura's attempt to say you're responsible for all the bad things, including the.
other
Yeah.
personnel.
Adam Forth for the record. I think my concern, similar to Mr. Tomaso, is that we haven't heard articulated very well what the process is supposed to be. So it would be nice if the board or board staff could review what is the procedure for this? Because obviously there's a hole in the procedure that needs to be addressed if we're able to just fill it and put it back into the machine without any record of it that can be reviewed. So I think that that's my concern here is that, you know, ultimately we keep asking like, how do we prevent this from happening again? And I'm not hearing an answer to that.
I think it might be helpful. Melissa Shake is here and she can probably provide some insight.
Before that, I just want to consult with.
Senior Deputy Attorney General Todd Weiss. Yeah, Bill, we have witnesses come up and testifying. We're getting a little past where we're at with stipulation. I would advise we do that unless we're gonna go to a hearing or something.
I think oftentimes in these stipulations, the board members ask questions. She's Walgreens representative. I think it might be helpful to have her explain it and then that would be it. It's just, I think it would just settle what the board's asking because she's the one with the most knowledge. It'll be quite limited.
I think I'm going to take advice of counsel and not allow the testimony because it goes into a hearing.
Excellent. So we're happy to talk to you after the staff will talk to you right after the meeting. Yeah.
Thank you for your willingness. Okay.
I share the same concerns. I mean, if not for the process, then at least with the record keeping. Because we should easily be, or Walgreens should easily, you know, be able to point to an individual that filled a vial that didn't match or, you know, for whatever reason, it should have been rejected, but it wasn't. And somehow it got commingled with the actual tablets that should have been dispensed. So due to that fact, I do think there is a hole in the process that we do need addressed. And I agree with that stipulation.
Yeah, Dave, I just want to be very clear. I think for board staff, one activity that we can do is you can reject the step and then we can go look at what, I mean, it's fair that you're asking these questions and so that you're the board. So you can reject the step, we can go back and try to address this more clearly for you and bring the case back to you. That's, we're more than happy to do that for you.
All right. I would be in favor of rejecting this.
I second it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I think that's good because I think
Can I ask a question about that, please? Are you rejecting both stipulations? Okay, I just want to make sure we're straight. I didn't understand.
right. And I think that you're right. This board is owed an explanation as to what happened and what they're gonna do to prevent it. And even if it takes two people to load a machine, that there's a witness. I'm not saying you have to,
Yeah.
but I think that we can't leave the public out there to dry because someone screwed up.
And again, if I could, I think it's common in these stipulations where each party is able to say this is what we've done, or this is what happened. Again, I'd offer Ms. Shake for that if you want.
Okay, so there's a motion and there's a second. Any further discussion? Okay,
Just to
hearing
clarify,
Yeah.
so the motion is to reject the stipulation for Walgreens.
for Walgreens Pharmacy 0,
Thank you.
3842 only. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes, and next we have the stipulation for Mr. Sati Him.
Move that we accept the proposed stipulation for Mr. Him.
Crystal Freitas, second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kobo, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. All right, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go on next to agenda item 5A and 5B. That's for CVS Pharmacy 6867 and Oleg Betterman. So if you can call CVS and Mr. Betterman. Or
Madam President, DG Cove, I just wanted to note for the record that I'm no longer employed with CVS Pharmacy. However, out of an abundance of caution, I choose to recuse myself from any CVS matters for 1 year.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Kobo.
I think that, you can do it for a year, you're not held to that, just for the record, so like, if you're saying that, but if some circumstance changes, you're not held to it, you're not like making a mandate today, just so you know, but you're probably notifying the public of what you're doing.
I think she just wants to get a cup of coffee.
I, of course, would have no objection if she didn't want to.
All right, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
If I could have you both state your full names and titles for the record.
Good morning, Brian Convery, I'm Senior Legal Counsel for CVS Health, although I am here as a representative of CVS 6867, I'm not representing.
Oleg Betterman, Pharmacy Manager for store 16291 for CVS.
So I'm going to swear you both in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Zunino.
Thank you, Madam President. This, what you're addressing here are addendum items 5A and 5B. 5A is the matter of Nevada State Board of Pharmacy versus CVS Pharmacy number 6867, case number 21119 THS. Agenda item 5B is Nevada State Board of Pharmacy versus CVS Pharmacy. Rather, it's Nevada State Board of Pharmacy versus Oleg Betterman, RPH, case number 21119 RPH AS. I'll note that as to CVS Pharmacy, the accusation begins at page 5228 of your board book. As to Mr. Betterman, the accusation begins at page 5246 of your board book. I've talked to Mr. Convery and also Mr. Betterman separately, and we've negotiated a stipulation with respect to each one of these cases. And I'll note that the stipulation as it pertains to CVS appears at page 5240 of your board book. The stipulation as it pertains to Oleg Betterman appears at page 5258 of your board book. If I may, I'll summarize the provisions of the stipulation that pertains first to CVS Pharmacy number 6867. The key provisions, I think, begin at paragraph 7 of this document. Respondent CVS does not contest the allegations and admits that evidence exists to establish a factual basis for the following: that respondent Oleg Betterman participated in a vaccination clinic at the Veterans Home in Southern Nevada, that while he was participating in that clinic, he administered a vaccine to a gentleman, an elderly gentleman, a resident of that Veterans Home who was cognitively impaired. This person's daughter had previously sent a pursuant to a durable power of attorney, had advised CVS that he was not to be vaccinated. This all occurred during the COVID pandemic. Respondent Betterman administered the vaccine, even though the resident of the veterans home had through his agent declined to be vaccinated. CVS acknowledges ultimately that it has responsibility for Mr. Betterman's conduct. So at paragraph 8, CVS accepts the stipulations of public reprimand. CVS agrees to pay an administrative fine of $2,000 payable on or before January 31st, 2026. CVS agrees to reimburse the board for cost of investigation and prosecution amount of $1,000. Again, that's payable on or before January 31st, 2026. This stipulation will be reported, or this action will be reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank. CVS understands that. So with that, I'll move to the second stipulation, which pertains to Mr. Betterman. Case number 21119 RPH AS. Key provisions here begin at paragraph 7 again. And this was drafted, I think, after I spoke with Mr. Betterman and another pharmacist, Mr. Patel, and I had a conversation with Mr. Convery about this as well. And it's best, as I can tell, that these are the facts that are stated in paragraph 7. Respondent participated in a vaccination clinic, as I said. He administered a vaccine to a resident who was cognitively impaired. The daughter had advised CVS that he was not to be vaccinated. I think that Mr. Betterman, at the time, I think was experiencing kind of a good deal of chaos. He was, I think, being kind of pressured, as he says, to get in and vaccinate everybody that was vaccinated. He didn't check to make sure that that the resident of the veterans home had consented to be vaccinated. He accepts responsibility for the mistake. I know that he regrets the mistake, and I think he'd be happy to answer questions for you if you have any. With regard to the punishment, he accepts this. Mr. Betterman accepts the stipulation of the public reprimand. He agrees to pay an administrative fine of $2,000 payable on or before June 30th, 2026. He agrees to pay $1,000 in costs of investigation and prosecution payable on or before June 30th, 2026. And he understands that this matter will be reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank. So with that, I would propose that you approve the stipulations as drafted.
Okay, and then just as a housekeeping, I forgot to mention earlier on that I am familiar with Oleg Betterman from his time at Roseman University, but I feel that I could participate fairly and unbiased in this matter. The other point of clarification I just wanted to make is, Mr. Convery, are you here representing CVS only, not Oleg Betterman?
As Ms. Park, as I've tried to make the board aware every time I'm here as a representative of the pharmacy. I am not representing Mr. Betterman.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, and then with that, Mr. Zunino gave us a summary of the stipulations. Any additional remarks from CVS?
Ms. Park, obviously I appreciate Mr. Zunino's courtesies and cooperation in bringing this matter in front of the board and reaching the settlement. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have, but I would ask that the board accept the stipulation as it has been presented.
And then same question for you, Mr. Betterman. Any additional information or remarks?
I second that. I'm happy to accept this stipulation, but I came here in person for the purpose of answering any questions that you may have about it. It's I'm sure in your paperwork, there's a lot there, and I'm happy to summarize anything that may be unclear.
I just question, because you're going to answer, you're saying it was a chaotic thing and that we're far away from that point now, but this was at the height of COVID when we just were beginning vaccinations, right?
Correct.
So can you describe what that was like for you? You're saying a chaotic environment, so.
Yeah, so, and I did use those words exactly when I spoke with the attorney. It was for that specific situation that would require me to dive more into explaining how I got to that point. I'm happy to do so, but it is a little bit more. So, I agreed to do the vaccinations for that memory ward for this clinic. When I entered, I had all my paperwork for everyone that I was told had consent for vaccination. Because it's a memory clinic, I went to our center, I went to the nurse at the desk, we reviewed each patient that I had paperwork for, going over allergy concerns, just making sure everything was accurate that I
You
had.
couldn't trust, you didn't trust the patient. Because they were-
Correct, because yeah, so everyone, to my knowledge and based on my experience during that clinic, to some degree was impaired, so we reviewed all the papers that I had, all the patients that I had paperwork for. And she started guiding me to each individual that I had paperwork for. The majority of those individuals were not in rooms. They were in the communal area. So there was no way for me to identify individuals without the nurse's assistance for those patients. So we went and we were going one by one. I would ask who this person is, check them off, administer the vaccine. We would go, and I don't know how many patients we saw prior to the incident occurring, but we started going room to room. And from one room entering the next, the nurse had, I'm paraphrasing, but told me that our next patient, which is really difficult and challenging, doesn't understand anything that's going on. She's going to need assistance in restraining him to receive the vaccine. She calls over I still don't know if it was another nurse or a CNA. And they immediately go to restrain the patient. And when I say chaotic, it was not a pleasant scene by any means. Like the guy clearly did not understand what was going on and they're restraining him. He can't communicate with them. They can't communicate with him in terms of what's going on. So I made the mistake in that moment of not pausing it and saying, hang on, who is this? Which I should have done. And I acknowledge that. And I didn't do that. And I went and administered the vaccine and only afterwards said, hang on, who is this? So that's what I mean when I say chaotic
I
environment.
think the board wanted to hear that, so I think.
So I guess the part that's hard is the nurse took you there because you don't know who the patients are. And so I could see how you were under the belief that this patient is on the list to get the vaccines. Were there patients on that day that did not receive the vaccine because they were on a list?
So there was at least no list that I had of patients that were not to receive the vaccine. I only had paperwork for individuals that were to get the vaccine.
Nice.
So I know after that person, I had stopped administering vaccines for that area. So I would assume that there were other individuals that weren't to be vaccinated that didn't get vaccinated. But he was not to be vaccinated. Or I didn't have paperwork to vaccinate him. The nurse did take me to him. But I don't want to sidestep that. I acknowledge it's completely my responsibility, whether I'm led to him or not. And regardless of the situation, to make sure that this is someone that I'm supposed to be vaccinating. And I failed to do that, which is, again, taking full responsibility for.
I appreciate you taking so much responsibility for it. I feel like you're put in a very difficult situation. Board members, any additional questions?
Adam Porth for the record, no additional questions. I would just echo the sentiment that it was helpful to hear you describe it because it does read a little bit different on paper. So thanks for taking the time to do that. Having said that, unless anybody has anything else, I would move that we approve the stipulations for CVS Pharmacy 6867 and Old Betterman.
Shanice Taylor, I second.
Okay, We have a motion by Mr. Horak, a second by Shanice Taylor. Any further discussion?
I just have a question.
Sure.
It's reading this document, it says that the gentleman received the vaccine on the 20th and passed away on the 31st. Maybe I'm not allowed to ask it, but was it a result of the vaccination?
That's not part of
That's not part of it?
Not part of our investigation. We wouldn't have
Okay.
to investigate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Horak, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time today. Okay, we'll go on to agenda item 5D. This is for CVS Pharmacy 6625. Welcome back.
I'm just gonna sit here until you tell me.
That sounds good. All right, so Mr. Conway, you're still under oath. Okay, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Camp.
As Brett Camp prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. President Park, I would ask that you consider agenda items 5D and 5E concurrently because we're presenting a stipulation that resolves both cases.
Okay, so it will be for 5D, which is CVS Pharmacy 6625, and 5E for Victoria Harris.
And once again, Brett Camp for the record, the charging document begins on page 5276 of the board book. We do have a stipulation resolving the matter to present to you for your consideration and possible approval this morning. That begins on page 5286 of the board book. Once again, these are case numbers 23-314 PHN and 23-314 RPHN. Respondents named therein CVS Pharmacy 6625, pharmacy license PH 02556, and respondent Victoria S. Harris, registered pharmacist, certificate of registration number 2276. By way of brief background, this is a case involving a misfill in which a prescription for a vaginal insert was dispensed with erroneous directions to take by mouth, and the patient did with a negative medical outcome. We are informed that respondent Harris is deceased, and so as a part of the stipulated settlement, the cause of action against her for unprofessional conduct would be dismissed, and we would proceed with the charges against respondent CVS Pharmacy 6626 as the responsible pharmacy, and that consistent with other misfill cases, the pharmacy will pay a fine of $1,500 and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, both due and payable by January 2nd of next year. This is the stipulation we have for your consideration this morning.
Any additional comments, Mr. Conner?
Again, Ms. Park, I appreciate Mr. Cant's courtesies and cooperations in working with me to get this case where it is toward the with settlement in front of the board. I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, I would ask that the board, in conformance with Mr. Cant, I would ask that the board accept the stipulation.
Great. I don't have any additional questions or concerns on this stipulation. I would be in favor of accepting the proposed stipulation.
Crystal Freitas, I don't have any other additional questions either. So I move we approve the stipulation as presented by board staff for CVS Pharmacy 6625 and Victoria Harris.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Mr. Horak. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right. Thank you. And then moving on, we'll go to CVS Pharmacy 8787. And that is also with Sarah Pasquale. Sarah is here or online. You know she'll be joining.
She's no longer employed, I do not know.
Do you know if she will?
Hi, good morning. My name is Melanie Thomas. I am the attorney for Miss Pascal. She was recently hospitalized for an urgent C-section and she's presently in the NICU with her child. So I'm appearing on her behalf.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. All right, I'll turn it over to Mr. Camp.
Once again, Brett Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. Charging document begins on page 5301 of the board book. We have two separate stipulations to present to you for your consideration. A separate one as to each of the named respondents. Case numbers 23412 PHS and 23412 RPHS. Respondents so named CVS Pharmacy 8787, pharmacy license number PH 011440, and Sarah May Pascal, registered pharmacist, certificate of registration number 2433. And by way of brief background, the charges in this case involve Ms. Pascal as managing pharmacist of the pharmacy, authorized, counseled, and or induced one Abigail Ross to perform the duties of a pharmaceutical technician at the pharmacy before she had procured the necessary registration from this board, therefore aiding and abetting unlicensed practice. And of course, the pharmacy is responsible for those violations as well. So first, with regard to the pharmacy, we have a proposed stipulation, and that once again begins on page 5312 of the board book, in which the pharmacy will pay a $5,000 fine and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, both due and payable by January 2nd of this year. And then we have a separate proposed stipulation with Ms. Pascal, which begins on page 5329 of the board book, by which Ms. Pascal's certificate of registration 2433 will be suspended for a period of 2 years, but the suspension will be stayed, and she will be placed on probation subject to payment of a $5,000 fine and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, both due and payable by April 1st of next year. She'll complete 2 hours of continuing education on ethics and 2 hours on the duties of a managing pharmacist, in addition to the other standard CE requirements to be completed, and the documentation to be provided by the board by April 1st of next year. And other than her current position as a managing pharmacist at Walgreens Pharmacy 11668, she will not work as a managing pharmacist of any other pharmacy licensed by the board while on probation without prior approval. Upon successful completion of those probationary terms, her certificate of registration would be fully restored. So these are the two stipulations we're presenting for your consideration this morning. Thank you.
And then I'll allow Mr. Convery to go first for any comments.
Thank you again. Once again, I appreciate Mr. Kent's courtesies, his cooperations in working with me to get towards to get us to a settlement, which is in front of the board today. I would like to point out that we are here, and I would ask the board to accept the stipulation and approve it. But again, I would like to point out that on behalf of the pharmacy, we obviously are responsible and we take responsibility for the actions of our employees. But I will point out that we do not, and we have never condoned the actions that occurred in this situation. When we discovered them, we took action immediately. But again, we did not condone what occurred here.
Great, thank you. I will turn it next to Ms. Thomas.
Likewise, I would like to thank Mr. Cant for his engagement on this issue. My client does take it very seriously. This was a learning experience for her. She has no prior discipline with this board. She was grateful for the opportunity to resolve this matter and move forward. And we would ask that the board accept this stipulation as drafted and proposed, and that you will not be seeing or hearing from her in a negative way again.
And then this is Helen Park. I forgot to disclose earlier that I am also familiar with Sarah May Pascal from her time at Roseland University, but I feel that I can participate fairly and unbiased in this matter. I do have I'm a little confused as to what took place. So is it Sarah Mae Pasquale as the managing pharmacist hired Abigail Ross, who was not qualified to be a technician. Is that the main allegation or charge?
Are you asking me, or I'm sorry, I don't know,
Really
council's-
anyone, just
Okay.
because to me, I think, usually when hiring through a corporation, it's the corporation's HR that does the paperwork with the verifying of the credentials. I wanted to see if there was something else that I missed in terms of how this happened.
So generally speaking, the individual that was hired was a transfer from a New York store, an existing employee within CVS. And I am not sure the exact specifics of how that transfer occurred. I believe the district managers communicated with one another, but that initially it was my client that sought to have this employee transferred over.
And Mr. Cant, it's Abigail Ross is not registered with our board.
Brett Camp for the record. Once again, this is an evidentiary hearing, but we do want to provide you adequate background so you can make an informed decision. My understanding was she knew she had to get registered and she was in the process of doing that. And I believe as Ms. Pasquale indicated to her that you can go ahead and perform these duties now. It's okay.
Knowing that she.
Even as the application was pending and not had registration had not been issued.
Right, I confirm
I
it.
believe that's the case.
The pharmacist, whoever was waiting for the license to be issued.
And Madam President, this is Yan Long for the record. Ms. Ross is registered now. She obtained registration shortly after the incident where she performed pharmaceutical technician duties without a license. So subsequently, she did obtain a license.
Okay, to me, I guess where I'm struggling is how did she start without CVS's approval?
She was a transfer from another, I'm sorry, I didn't get council's name, I apologize. She was transferring in from another state. So in our HR system, she would have had a license, which showed up, but we always rely on the local pharmacist, pick whoever she's transferring in to make sure that someone has appropriate credentials before they actually are allowed to work. So she was already in our HR system.
Okay, but your HR system didn't catch that for transfers, that it's a different state license. It doesn't have that mechanism.
When you say it didn't catch that, we allow people to work. But again, it's up to the pharmacist to know, or it's up to the pharmacist to make sure that people that are working under them have appropriate license for where they're working. So our system would have caught that, yes, she carried a license. Once, if you have a license, you're credentialed in our system.
Okay. All right, board members, any additional questions or comments?
Well, moving forward, CVS has to know that from one state to another, you need a different license. That is just tough to believe that CVS didn't know that when you move from one state to another, that you need another license when you come.
And Mr. Tomaso, I don't disagree with you, but again, that's why we put responsibility on the local people, because the local people have to know who are working underneath them. The same way that, again, I'm not appearing as an attorney, but I am an attorney. I am licensed in a specific state. It's up for me to know what I can do in what specific states, but it's up to the people who I work under to also know what I can do and what I can't do in specific states.
The reason I'm not pushing issues is because you're being penalized. You're being penalized anyway for not knowing, or for not making sure that when you transfer someone, they need to be licensed in the state, so you're still being penalized.
Ms. Thomas, did you want to add anything else?
No. My client does contest some of the allegations in the charging document, but she accepts responsibility as a managing pharmacist, that the buck stops with her, and that that it is her responsibility to ensure that those working under her or in the pharmacy are appropriately credentialed to do so.
I would also point out that, and I believe this was expressed to the investigator on this case, she was paid for that time prior to being licensed, before she got the Nevada license, but the time that she worked, she was paid out of New York. So she did not actually, for whatever reason, the system would have caught that she was working in Nevada, but she was paid out of New York. So she got payrolled out of New York. So the system still was looking at her as out of New York. I don't know. I can't speak to what happened at the store level. Again, once we recognized what had happened, we took action against the pharmacist here. But again, the system would have caught it. But again, it was coded as working out of New York and payrolled out of the New York store that she was transferring from.
Any other questions, board members? If not, I'd feel comfortable moving forward with stipulations as proposed.
Adam Porter for the record, move that we approve stipulations for CVS Pharmacy 8787 and Sarah Pasquale as presented by board staff.
Shanice Taylor, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Borath, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time. Okay, all right, and Mr. Convery, you are
Remaining.
still up. All right, so it's CVS Pharmacy 9981, and then also for Joseph Delalo. Okay, I think we have Joseph Delalo online.
Yes, good morning. I am here.
Great, so Mr. Delalo, if you can state your full name for the record.
Joseph Delalo.
Okay, I'm gonna swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker for the record. And I just want to confirm, Madam President, that this is for items 5K and 5L concurrently. So these can be found on page 5380 of the board book and page 5397 of the board book. The allegations, this is for case number 25-034 PH-N and case number 25-034 RPH-N. The first one, item 5K, is for respondent CVS Pharmacy number 9981, and their license number is PH01300. And for item 5L, it's respondent Joseph Delalo, certificate of registration number 18429. As by way of background, the accusation is related to a misfill where managing pharmacist Delalo dispensed an expired antibiotic medication at CVS number 9981, which is located in Carson City. Delalo overlooked during the verification process the expiration date on the medication had passed. The charges for CVS were related to pharmacy responsibility for Mr. Delalo's conduct. And the charges for Mr. Delalo, he was charged with 2 counts of unprofessional conduct, one related to error in dispensing for failing to notice upon inspection that the drug was expired, and one related to selling an adulterated drug to the patient. This is Mr. Delalo's 4th disciplinary action since 2014. He was disciplined in 2023 for failing to verify the contents of and dispensing a prescription drug. And in 2022, he received a citation for erroneously dispensing a prescription to a patient with incorrect instructions. And in 2014, he was disciplined for failing to verify the contents of and dispensing a prescription drug, and also failing to provide adequate counseling. The stipulation for CVS Pharmacy number 9981 can be found on page 5391 of the board book. The terms for that stipulation is that respondent CVS agrees to pay an administrative fine of $5,000 and pay fees and costs for $500, which are reasonable, necessary, and actually incurred. For Mr. DeLallo, the stipulation can be found on page 5408 of the board book. For Mr. DeLallo, he agrees to a stayed revocation of 3 years, during which time he will be placed on probation. He also agrees to pay an administrative fine of $5,000, half of which will be due within 30 days of the approval of the stipulation, and the other half due within 60 days of the approval of the stipulation. And he also agrees to pay fees and costs in the amount of $500, which are reasonable, necessary, and actually incurred, due within 30 days of the effective date of this stipulation. And I present both of these stipulations to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, December 3rd, 2025.
Great, thank you, Ms. Tucker. And then Mr. Convery, any additional comments?
Just briefly, yes, thank you. My first time working with Ms. Tucker, I do appreciate her, again, her courtesies and cooperations in working with us to get this matter to a stipulation which is in front of the board. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have. But otherwise, I would ask that the board approve the stipulation as presented.
And then Mr. DeLallo, I wanted to give you the opportunity to comment as well. Anything you'd like to add or clarify?
I would also like to thank all of the board members that I've been in talk with for this stipulation. It's I had a lot of help, and I appreciate the help from everybody. This is the first time in my recollection that I've done an expired dispensing, and I admit that it happened. My only issue is that it was a chaotic time for the pharmacy, and CVS has an excellent policy for removing expired drugs, and somehow this particular drug missed every single month of pulling off of the shelf for 7 months. However, we have made adjustments at the pharmacy, and everyone that's employed has their own section that they are kind of guardianship over. And so we're trying to have it so it's a more small space to make sure that every month we pull for that expiration time. So we have made some adjustments based on this particular fill. And we have, like I said, very aggressive procedures in place to, at the first of the month, remove all the expirations for a 30-day window, and trying to make sure that if anything is close, that we scan the barcodes appropriately. And the system does help us to identify when medications are close to or expired, which is a fantastic safety feature that CVS has. At this particular dispensing, the technician that did the fill scanned the wrong barcode, and it identified the drug, but didn't identify the lot or expiration date. And it passed through myself as well because it had a sticker for 5 on the bottle, and I thought that that was May of this year. And I didn't think anything of looking at the actual expiration date. We had done a massive drug pull for the whole year at the end of December when our pharmacy had finished construction, and I was fairly confident that all of the drugs for 2024 had been removed off the shelving at that time. And like I said, because of this particular incident, we've adapted a little bit of a stricter policy for removal of expired or quarantine drugs, and everyone has a smaller section to basically collect expireds from, so it's not as big of a stress for everything to be under one person. So we have made adjustments to ensure that dispensing expired medications doesn't happen again.
Mr. Delalo, are you the managing pharmacist?
Yes.
So this is more discussion for board members, but I think does the stipulation, or maybe I could ask, does the stipulation remove Mr. Delalo from serving as managing pharmacist?
Laura Tucker, for the record, it does not, Madam President.
So I do have some concerns. I think there's been a long history of errors and oversights, and I'm further concerned that in terms of this pharmacy, it went 7 months before discovering a medication was expired on the shelves. And so I wonder if the stipulation should be modified to also not allow Mr. Delalo to serve as a managing pharmacist. Board members, any thoughts? Comments?
Crystal Freitas, I don't have an issue with that based on his history. And also, we heard a lot about how the pharmacy has changed their procedures and protocols, but what has Mr. Delalo done to change his practices from his errors? Because he continued to have errors. Yes, there were different errors, but it's a lot of oversight that he's just, missing.
Right, so I'm unsure about your position. Are you saying?
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that because of his judgment calls in the past.
Okay.
I have no objection to that.
Okay. Any other comments or
Just-
questions?
Point of clarification, with the 2023 discipline, there was no action taken against his license at that time. He was not put on probation or anything.
The only thing, sorry, Laura Tucker, for the record, what I had is that he was ordered to pay a total fine of $3,000 for that action in 2023.
So this state revocation is actually the first action against his license.
That is correct.
Okay, so this is Helen Park. I'd make a motion. Well, I guess it depends on whether. or
And we
not-
can probably do for a break, so we can do that. I just, before we go, because I apologize, I had two things I was working with, so again, was covering me while I was gone. Is he the manager now, or?
He's the manager now.
Okay, and so you want that to end and?
Yes.
Okay, we'll.
And that's
That's
it.
fine, yeah, so it's your
But
stick.
before we go to break, I think we can resolve,
I would recommend, let us go do it, and then we'll come back with what we have, and then you can look at it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll take a quick break. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue with agenda items 5K and 5L, and I'll turn it to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker, for the record. I just want to check also that we have Mr. Mr. Delalo on the line. I spoke with Mr. Delalo during the break, and the amended proposal we are presenting to the board today would be to modify the stipulation for the terms, for the probationary terms, the 3-year probation that is on page 3. Paragraph 7A would be to modify it to add that he cannot serve as a managing pharmacist for 3 years. We want to give CVS and Mr. Delalo a 60-day time frame to comply with this, and this is so that the pharmacy can find a new managing pharmacist entering into the holiday season. And then we are also requesting to, instead of a $5,000 fine, a $4,000 fine, but add an additional 10 continuing education hours that Mr. Delalo will have to take on error prevention. And those are the terms that we are presenting today to the board for consideration.
Any questions or comments, board members? I'm okay with those modifications.
Can I ask for clarification? The 60 days to allow time, that's just in Mr. Delalo's STIP, correct? Are you going to incorporate that into the CVS STIP? I mean, obviously, we'll have to follow it, but I'm
I don't think it needs to be incorporated. It'll be his. He'll tell you, I mean, you'll know.
Yeah.
It's at this meeting. The other thing I want to put on the record is we told him that we would, the timing for the payment, Laura will work with him. And I don't know if we need to modify the step to give him more time for that, or how do you want to proceed with that, Laura?
Yeah, so currently, the way the STIP was worded was that, half of the administrative fine would be due within 30 days of acceptance of the stipulation, and the second half would be due within 60 days of acceptance of the stipulation. I can also change that to be, maybe extended out for a 6-month period if needed, to get all of that money, going into, again, we're going into the holiday season.
90 days and then 180 days.
90 and 100, okay.
Mr. Delala, did you want to say anything else about?
I apologize. The volume of the audio is really low for me. I can almost not hear you.
I'll speak up. Did you want to say anything else about the STIP? You're in agreement of the terms of the STIP that she just put on the record, Laura Tucker did?
No, I appreciate the help from the board members in helping me get through this.
And I think we're ready.
Are we doing both at the same time then? Or do we do all?
We could do
I mean,
both.
CVS. Okay, so Crystal Curtis, I'd move to approve the stipulations for both case CVS Pharmacy 9981 and Joseph Delalo RPH.
And that's the revised.
With the modifications as stated by Ms. Tucker.
Okay, this is Helen Park. I'll second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. We thank you both for your time today. Thank you, Kate. All right, next we're going to call up agenda item 5M, and that's for Express Scripts. If we have representatives online or in person for Express Scripts, if you could please come forward or raise your hand.
You've got Jaya White and Mark Bina from Quarles and Brady on behalf of Express Scripts. Mark, are you on?
Hi. Yes, okay. We can hear you. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your names?
It's Jaya White, Jaya, and then Mark Bina, Bina, Quarles and Brady.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you for being here. I'll turn it over to Mr. Camps.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes.
I apologize for interrupting. I received an error that the host wouldn't allow me to unmute. It looks like I was just unmuted, so apologies for interrupting. I'm here
Okay,
along
and
with
then
Jaya.
Both of you are from Quarles and Brady?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I'll turn it over to Mr. Camp.
Brett Camp, for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. Is case numbers 23245 PHAS and 23245 PHBS. Respondents so named are Express Scripts Pharmacy License Number PH 01376 and Express Scripts Pharmacy License Number PH 01812. To clarify, we have Express Scripts Ohio, which is the license number PH 01376. And Express Scripts Arizona, which is license number PH 01812. The charges by way of a second amended accusation are set forth beginning on page 5414 of the board book. We do have a stipulation resolving this matter for your consideration and possible approval this morning. And so by way of brief background, this case is a misfill case. It involves what were originally 3 electronic prescriptions that were issued for Ozempic for a patient and sent to Express Scripts. And those 3 prescriptions called for titration of the dosage over the course of treatment. And subsequent to the 3 prescriptions being submitted to Express Scripts and entered into their system, those 3 prescriptions were canceled for lack of prior authorization. Then subsequently, authorization was approved. However, only a single prescription was entered into Express Scripts system, and that was for the Ozempic at the highest dosage. And that was dispensed. The patient took the prescription at the highest dosage without titration and incurred a negative medical outcome. Now, this case is unlike many of the cases you see in that various functions and actions taken by personnel of Express Scripts, both in their Arizona pharmacy and their Ohio pharmacy, were taken by persons that are not registered with this board. And this case occurred at a particular point in time under which, under Nevada law at that time, it was required that any pharmacist or pharmaceutical technician at a Nevada licensed out-of-state pharmacy performing any of the tasks involved in filling and dispensing a prescription for a patient in Nevada needed to be registered in Nevada. That was changed in 2023 by Assembly Bill 107, which amended NRS 639-2328. But we are looking at the law that was in place at the time of this error in dispensing a prescription. And so there are 2 causes of action that were brought against both Express Scripts locations, the one in Arizona and one in Ohio. One for aiding and abetting unlicensed practice, and one for underlying responsibility for the errors and omissions of the personnel in committing the error in filling and dispensing the prescription. Originally, there was a single individual who was actually registered with Nevada, and that was the managing pharmacist for Express Scripts Arizona, Mandy Pokorny, certificate registration number 21502. Although she was named a respondent originally as a result of these negotiations, and the second amended accusation was filed, she instead was issued a citation and fine, and she paid that. So we simply have the 2 pharmacies before you today. And so what we propose by way of resolution of this matter is that respondent Express Scripts Ohio, the pharmacy license number PH01376, shall pay a $5,000 fine and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. Express Scripts Arizona, pharmacy license number PH01812, shall also pay a $5,000 fine and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, and that those fines and fees will be due and payable by January 2nd of next year. So with that, I'd be happy to answer your questions, allow counsel for Express Scripts to address you as well. Thank you.
So I'll turn it over to Ms. White and Mr. Bina for any additional comments on the stipulation that was presented by Mr. Cant.
Great. Thank you very much. And again, apologies for my Zoom issues on the mute, but I think I was able to get it figured out. We don't have a lot to add other than we do appreciate the council working with us to get this resolved. Obviously, this was 2 years ago. It was a single instance. And I think as we had submitted in our information and have certainly taken steps to make sure this is not going to happen again. We have certain internal CQI protocols and the like, and what we call safety nets that were implemented, particularly on this issue to make sure that that's not going to go on. But we are hopeful that this can be resolved. We think the stipulation is an accurate statement of what happened, and we would like to proceed with getting that approved. So, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Dave, we for the record, I think, just, I won't, Brett said it, but I'll maybe put it a little bit more in layman's terms. At the time, they didn't have the people licensed as they should. There was one license, but we couldn't really apply the new law to that person because this happened before the new law. They currently have the proper people licensed, that nobody has a pharmacy license without having at least one pharmacist licensed by the law that was SB 107 in 2023.
Okay, great, thank you. The only question I have, I'm comfortable with the stipulation and moving forward, but it just piqued my interest, Ms. Tabino, when you said that there's some CQI changes and safety nets to prevent this very thing from happening again. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, happy to. This was what I'm referencing in particular is something that's probably in the file. I don't know that it's before the board or in your packet, but just for council's benefit, this was, I believe, submitted to the investigator back when the investigation was going on. And again, I'll just kind of, from the horse's mouth here, talk you through what they're doing. Obviously, after the event and understanding that there was this incident, they have implemented what's called a safety net for Ozempic and other similar peptides or GLP-1s and their analogs. The safety net provides additional visibility to pharmacists, requires a review for proper titration, and a discussion with prescribers or patients. So I believe there is frankly a new operational setup that would happen when these sorts of things are presented to make sure that that is front and center for the pharmacy team to make sure they're working through that and to ensure that wouldn't happen again.
Okay, great, thank you for that information. All right, board members, any additional questions? Otherwise, I feel comfortable moving forward with the stipulations as presented.
I agree, Madam President. I would move that we accept the proposed stipulation as presented by board staff for Express Scripts.
Crystal Freitas, second.
Here we have a motion by Mr. Cobo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thanks. All right, next I'll call for agenda item 5N, and that's for Samuel Chacon. So Dr. Chacon, our representatives are here. If you could please come forward.
Good morning, everyone. Eric Stryker of the law firm Freeman Mathis and Gary, bar number 5793, appearing on behalf of respondent Samuel Chacon, MD.
Great, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cant.
Once again, Brett Camp for the matter for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state, case number 23348 CSN, named respondent Samuel Rodolfo Chacon, MD, certificate of registration number CS 05273. The charging document begins on page 5454 of the board book. We do have a proposed stipulation for your consideration this morning. That begins on page 5481. And by way of brief background, the respondent had his license number 9105 to practice medicine issued, which is issued by the Nevada State Board of Medical Examiners, had that license revoked by way of a settlement agreement, and he no longer qualifies for registration to dispense controlled substances. And so his certificate of registration number CS 05273 with this board is subject to revocation. And so simply procedurally, in order to effectuate that, the stipulation will provide that that registration is revoked and the respondent can't petition for reinstatement for the minimum statutory period of 1 year. And that the respondent shall pay a fine of $2,500 and $500 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, both due and payable by June 3rd, of next year. So this is the stipulation we're presenting for your consideration this morning.
Mr. Stryker, did you want to add any additional information?
Nothing beyond what we presented in our answer in response to the accusation.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions or concerns? This one seems very straightforward.
Adam Porter, for the record, I would agree. I would move that we approve the stipulation in order for Dr. Samuel Chacon as presented by board staff.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Mr. Kobo. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and I thank Mr. Camp for his professionalism.
All right, next we'll call for agenda item 5P, and that's for Terry Muratore. So if we have Dr. Muratore or representatives, if you could be on board or let us know online.
Good morning, members of the board. Aaron Fricky on behalf of Dr. Muratore, and Dr. Muratore is with me here.
Thank you, Mr. Fricky. Dr. Muratore, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Camp.
Brett Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. This is case number 24036BS-S. Named respondent Terry Muratore, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, certificate of registration number CS 03534. Charges begin on page 5496 of the board book. We do have a stipulation to present for your consideration this morning that begins on page 5508 of the board book. And by way of brief background, for a period of time back in 2021 to 2022, the respondent dispensed controlled substances and or dangerous drugs for animal patients from his practice at Legacy Animal Hospital in Henderson without a valid dispensing practitioner registration. The respondent also had entered into a consent decree with the Nevada State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners, imposing discipline on his license number 551-A to practice veterinary medicine, and had failed to disclose that consent decree on his biennial renewal application for his controlled substance registration with the board. He also subsequently entered into another stipulated settlement with the Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners and accepted discipline for falsifying rabies vaccination records. He had a suspension. He also failed to disclose the subsequent actions. And so at this point in time, his certificate of registration with this board is expired. And so we are proposing by way of a stipulated settlement that he will accept this stipulation order as a public reprimand. He'll pay a fine of $5,000 and $2,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, both due and payable January 1st of next year. And I do believe that the respondent has applied to this board for a new controlled substance registration that is to be considered in conjunction with the stipulation. I don't know if that's going to be, the application is going to be presented now, or I leave that to board exec Wiest as to whether those would be considered jointly at this point in time.
Yeah, I think that that's for Madam President. The one thing that we don't do, which we've not done in this, we don't stipulate that he's going to get the license. So that's a separate decision that you will make. It will be, obviously you'll weigh these things when you're doing those, but however you want to proceed, it might be best just to get through the discipline and then go to that since he's here. But that's up to you, Madam President.
And obviously, I know that you'll have the respondent and his counsel address the board, but I believe part of the consideration was that the respondent was accepting responsibility for his actions and wanted the board to take that into account in conjunction with the controlled substance registration application.
Has an application been submitted? Mr. Turkey?
Yes, it has, Dr. Park.
Don't see it in the book.
I'm looking for it, so.
All right, so circling back, Mr. Turkey, do you have anything else to add to Mr. Cant's summary?
Yeah, and I'll let Dr. Murtori fill in the rest, but I just many of the issues that arose now with the pharmacy board as well as with the veterinary board occurred during a time of transition for Dr. Murtori. He's been a veterinarian for 43 years here in Las Vegas, and this period, 2021 and 2022, was a period that was running up to the sale of Legacy Animal Hospital. And some disputes arose with regard to the management at that time. He was relying on his practice manager and credentialer to maintain his dispensing certificate. He simply assumed his prescriptions were being filled as normal. He had no reason to believe that his dispensing certificate had expired. So with respect to this oversight, that's all it was. And with respect to the failure to disclose on his license application, Dr. Muratori, advised by his prior counsel, wasn't really aware of the status of his disciplinary actions with the veterinary board. There was some back and forth, including motions to set aside and then a follow-up stipulation. So it was arguable whether the board's order was final, but regardless, it wasn't fully disclosed on his application. And so all of those things, I think, are at least understandable under the circumstances. But Dr. Muratori accepts responsibility for what occurred and apologizes to the board for its time. And thanks, Mr. Cant and all the staff who've helped resolve this. And hopefully he can later resume his prescribing because he's still in practice and would still like to practice.
Great, thank you.
Do you have anything to add?
What like to add, did Mr. Figgy cover everything, or do you have any more questions for me? I'd love to answer for you.
Okay, board members, any questions?
Comfortable with accepting the proposed stipulation for Dr. Muratori.
Second. We have a motion by Mr. Kobo, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you very much, members of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then,
Yeah, related to the controlled substance. I'll leave it to Todd to advise you on this. I think that the attorneys may have had an agreement that that was going to be done today. I'm not sure that we have to go back to how we noticed it, so it's not a separate notice item. If Todd advises that you can move forward with that today as part of the stipulation and the order and accusation, staff would be fine with that. We'll just have to pull it and get it to you, so I'll just need a little bit of time. We'll get it printed for you, and then we can do that a little bit later today if that's something that you choose to do. It's in a spot where I can grab it, and if you choose to move forward with it, I think it's just a notice for how Todd advised you on how it was noticed.
Director Weiss, is it on the agenda somewhere?
He is on the agenda for the discipline, but he is not separately on the agenda for the application. I think that, I think Brett and Aaron might have thought that it could all, but it just wasn't noticed that way. So if you're saying that we need to renotice it, that's perfectly fine with me. It's just how you want to proceed.
If that's something that's normally agendized separately, then yeah, it's gonna have to.
It is, so we'll agendize it for the next meeting. There won't be any issue with that, and you'll have it in the board book. That's how we'll have to proceed. So that's however you want to, I don't think you have advice, we should follow it.
Yeah, I'll follow the advice of council. Okay, so then I think that concludes our current matter. Thank you, Mr. Fricky and Dr. Muratori.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, just for the record, there is a process for obtaining a temporary licensure for any of our licenses, and that's a discussion that we can have. Though it's a difficulty when we're coming off of discipline for me to grant that, I'm just gonna put that on the record, but that is a possibility, depending on the circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. We'll be in touch. We'll one way or another, we'll work it out. We appreciate everyone's time and assistance. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll go to agenda item 5Q. That's for Daniel English. So if we have Dr. English or representatives here or online, if you could please come forward or raise your hand.
Hi, I'm present.
Hi. Can I have you please identify yourself, your full name?
Yes, Daniel Joseph English.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Dr. English, is there anyone else that will be joining you today?
I do not believe our lawyer is present today.
All right, so then I'll turn it over to Mr. Kant.
Okay, so is council making an appearance?
He says council is not making an appearance, correct? Dr. English, are you?
Correct.
Yes, Gary Burnett, bar number 7632 of the law
Okay, your
office.
counselor's here. Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry. Could you repeat your name one more time?
Gary Burnett, bar number 7632 on behalf of Whitehead and Burnett Law Office.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Kant.
So just to clarify for the record, Brad can't prosecute this matter, that Mr. English, or Dr. English, excuse me, is represented by counsel today. This is case number 24-413 CSS. Respondent so named Daniel J. English, DO, certificate of registration number CS 22888. The charges are set forth beginning on page 5514 of the board book. We do have a stipulation to present to you for your consideration and possible approval this morning, beginning on page 5529 of the board book. And by way of brief background, this is an instance where the respondent had served as the medical director of an establishment known as Sculpt Spa. And in the course of the operation of that business, a registered nurse and other employees of Sculpt Spa who were not Nevada licensed practitioners were allowed to have independent access to the medication storage and to access those medications outside of the respondent's presence and without the respondent's supervision, and to furnish and administer dangerous drugs to patients and provide on-site medical treatment at Sculpt Spa, including the administration of drugs by injection without direct practitioner supervision. And in some instances, there were the administration of patient-specific prescription medications to multiple patients. And in some instances, there was a failure to segregate and or dispose of adulterated and or expired dangerous drugs. Finally, the respondent is charged with issuing prescriptions for dangerous drugs to Meta Pharmacy Services, identifying a registered nurse as a patient in order to obtain those drugs for office administration. So in order to resolve this matter, we're proposing that the respondent will have his certificate of registration number CS 22888 suspended for a period of 1 year. The suspension will be stayed. The respondent will be placed on probation with a public reprimand. payment of a $5,000 fine, payment of $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, and no additional charges filed, at which point in time, upon successful completion of probation, the respondent's certificate of registration will be fully restored. This is consistent with discipline imposed in similar cases. So this is the stipulation we're presenting to you for consideration this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Burnett or his client for any further comments.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehead is on an airplane this morning, but asked me to express his appreciation to the executive secretary and council in the creation of this stipulation. It should be noted that this is the first time that the respondent has been involved with a med spa. That is not offered as an excuse, but just for context. In order to avoid any repetition of this problem, a nurse practitioner will now be on site at all times to ensure compliance. And finally, it should be noted that no complaints and no harm occurred as a consequence of this infraction.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. English, so you continue to serve as the medical director at Sculpts at the spa?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then if you're not there, you have a nurse practitioner there at all times?
Correct.
And then if the
If
nurse,
she- Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. So if the nurse
Yes.
practitioner is not available, what is your process? If you or the nurse practitioner are not available?
Well, no medications are administered without the nurse practitioner on site.
And then we do see this with med spas, and just curious in terms of how did this happen to you?
Well, our nurse, who is the main owner of the med spa, she was out for surgery and was not there and unable to dispense of the expired medications. And so that was one of the issues that we had. She was out for surgery. And so, nobody was actually administering that expired medication, but it was there in their fridge still. So all the infractions that we had were cleared up and fixed. And so I think it was the fact that, we're new to this business and this industry, and we didn't have the appropriate education and information on what to do.
Do you now have policies and procedures that you follow, or how?
Yes.
What is different?
We do. Sonia, the nurse who owns the med spa, she received all the information from the Board of Pharmacy, and we reviewed them and make sure that everything's in place now. All the medications are locked up, they're labeled, they're one-time use vials. So everything was cleared up.
Okay, very good. All right, any questions, board members?
Yeah, Adam Porter for the record. Dr. English, are you a medical director for any other medical spas?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay. How many others?
3.
And you obviously can't be in 4 places at once, so do you have providers at all of those medical spas? Other than
Yes.
yourself?
Yes.
There was a part of this accusation had to do with prescribing a medication from Meta-Pharmacy to the nurse for administration to multiple patients. How do you handle that situation now if you have a need for a compounded medication?
So I just explained to her that it has to be prescribed directly for the patient, and the patient can pick it up at the pharmacy. But initially, we thought there were multi-use vials for GLP-1s that we could prescribe for the clinic and to use individually for patients, but now we know we cannot. So we will only prescribe for patients individually.
Thank you.
President Park, Brett Camp for the record. I just also wanted to note, make the board aware that a citation of $5,000 fine was issued to the owners of Sculpt Spa, and that was paid.
All right, board members, any additional questions?
Comfortable with accepting the proposed stipulation with changes that have been made for their policies and procedures. So I would think that we accept the proposed stipulation for Dr. English.
Crystal Freitas, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Coco, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 5R for Abdullah Assad. If Dr. Assad or representatives are here, if you could please come forward or let us know on Zoom.
Good morning, Lynn Biggs on behalf of Dr. Assad.
Hi, good morning. Will Dr. Assad be joining you or?
He will not.
All right, so then with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Cant.
Once again, Brett Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state, case number 24-470, CSN, named respondent Abdullah Assad, MD, certificate of registration number CS 12432. The charges begin on page 5536 of the board book. And we do have a proposed stipulation for your consideration this morning that appears beginning on page 5548. And so by way of brief background, the respondent had discipline taken against his license number 10883 to practice medicine by the Nevada State Board of Medical Examiners for engaging in conduct in violation of NRS Chapter 630. And the respondent failed to disclose to the board those charges and also failed to review, at least on one occasion, the patient utilization report in the prescription monitoring program database prior to issuing a prescription for a Schedule II controlled substance. Subsequently, with regard to that same patient and changing the dosage, failed to review the PMP. Then on September 12th of this year, the Board of Medical Examiners entered an order revoking the respondent's license to practice medicine for cause. We, of course, subsequently followed that up with a notice of suspension of the respondent's certificate of registration, CS 12432. And then you'll notice it was in a first amended accusation. There were some allegations made that subsequent to the suspension of his controlled substance registration, the respondent issued a controlled substance prescription. That information turned out to be erroneous. And so you will note that in the proposed stipulation, those allegations of issuing on a suspended controlled substance registration are dismissed or withdrawn, and the causes of action related to that are dismissed. However, with regard to the other allegations, with regard to failure to disclose the pending charges from the Board of Medical Examiners, failure to review the PMP database when required to, and the fact that his license to practice medicine is now revoked. The proposed resolution of this case is that the respondent's certificate of registration CS 12432 is revoked, and the respondent can't petition for reinstatement for a period of 2 years. The respondent shall pay a $5,000 fine and $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs, both due by February 2nd of next year. So this is the stipulation order we're presenting for your consideration this morning.
turn it over to Ms. Beggs.
Nothing to add, Madam President. I would ask that the board accept this settlement as presented today.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, board members, any questions regarding the stipulation?
Crystal Freitas, I don't have any questions. I think it's pretty straightforward. So I'd move to approve the stipulation and order as presented for Abdullah Assad MD.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Madam President. We're gonna do some training for the board members today at noon, and it'll make lunch a little wonky. So if you can, I might take a break now for a restroom. And then that'll allow us to move right into that training at noon. And then we'll have lunch after that, and we'll make a determination of when to come back. We might make 1 o'clock, or might make it at 1:30, depending on what we have left to do. So.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so next on our agenda, we're gonna move to training for.
At noon, we'll go to training.
Okay.
We'll just keep going you can do as many steps as you can get done before lunch. I'm sorry, Madam President.
Then my mistake. All right, so we'll go to our next agenda item. And that will be for 5Z for Yaron Zedek. So if Dr. Zedek or representatives are here or online, if you could please let us know.
Good morning, Craig Slater for Dr. Zedek.
Okay, great. And will the doctor be joining you or?
No, I will be flying solo this morning.
Okay, got it. All right, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Zunino.
Thank you, Madam President. This is agenda item for 5Z, as you said. It is the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy versus Yaron Zedek, MD, certificate of registration number CS08479, case number 24511CSS. I'll note that the accusation in this case begins at page 5777 of your board book. The parties have prepared a stipulation proposed order for your consideration and possible approval. That appears at page 5786 of your board book. I will just cover the key provisions for you, beginning at paragraph 7 of the stipulation. Respondent does not contest the allegations. Any further admits that evidence exists and that the board staff prosecuting this case could present the following factual basis. That respondent was a physician formerly licensed by the Nevada State Board of Medical Examiners. That pursuant to a settlement agreement and without admitting guilt to the disciplinary charges that were brought by the Board of Medical Examiners, the respondent surrendered his medical license effective January 17, 2025. As part of that settlement agreement, respondent paid fines and fees totaling roughly $24,000. The settlement this settlement agreement resolved disputed claims that respondent had prescribed controlled substances for certain patients without having established bona fide therapeutic relationships and without having properly documented the underlying medical conditions for which the controlled substances were prescribed as treatments. I'll elaborate on that a bit. So the Board of Medical Examiners did an investigation, but those charges or those allegations were never formally adjudicated by the Board of Medical Examiners. The whole thing was settled when the Board of Medical Examiners accepted the surrender of the medical license. So I think Dr. Zedek understands that he can't possess a CS registration if he doesn't have a medical license, obviously. Along those lines, he's agreed to a revocation of his CS registration effective immediately, which would be today's date if you approve this stipulation. He'd be ineligible to petition for reinstatement for a period of 1 year. And as a condition of submitting any petition for reinstatement in the future, he's pay an administrative fine of $5,000. That sum would be payable at the time that he submits any petition for reinstatement. Additionally, as a condition of submitting any petition for reinstatement, the future respondent would pay costs and fees of $1,000 for our investigative time and the time in drafting the accusation in this case. That would be payable if and when respondent files a petition for reinstatement. Respondent understands this matter will be reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Madam President.
Great, thank you, Mr. Zunino. Mr. Slater, do you want to add any additional remarks or corrections?
No, nothing more to add. Just want to thank Mr. Zunino for his patience in dealing with me and my client and the board for its consideration.
Great, thank you. Board members, I don't have any questions. This one seems very straightforward as well, so I'd be comfortable moving forward with the stipulation as proposed.
Okay, I move that we accept the proposed stipulation for Dr. Yaron Zedek.
Crystal Freitas, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Kogo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. We thank you for your time, Mr. Slater.
Thank you all.
Thanks. All right, next, we can take Olin Williams Jr. the third, if he is available. Olin Williams, if you are there, you could raise your hand in Zoom or let us know.
Madam President, I got a text from, it sounds like he doesn't have the Zoom link. I'm gonna have to give that to him, so maybe we move to another matter.
I don't think there's any other matters to move to. I think that if we break now, we just do the training, which will be fine.
Okay.
And then we'll come back with the last two. Greg, I have the Zoom link on my cell, so I'll send it. Don't do anything. I'll just send it to you and then you can send it in. So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then with that, we'll go ahead and break for lunch now and we'll reconvene at 1:30. So we'll be back.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, yeah. They said 1.
1.
1 o'clock. For the two board members, if they stay on the line, we'll put everybody in the waiting room, and yet if you can stay on the line for the training.
Okay, we'll be back at 1.
Yeah.
Okay, great. We're gonna continue with our meeting. I'll call for Olin Williams Jr. the third. So if you're here. All right, can you speak? Hi, are you there?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Could you state your full name for the record?
That's Olin, Ollen Williams Jr.
Great, I'm gonna swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Zunino.
Thank you, Madam President. This is agenda item 5U. It's the case of Nevada State Board of Pharmacy versus Olin Williams Jr., PT, Certificate of Registration number PT 23862. This is case number 24438 PTO. The accusation in this case begins at page 5640 of your board book. Mr. Williams and I negotiated and prepared a stipulation for your consideration and possible approval. That stipulation begins at page 5650 of your board book. I'll just summarize for you the essential provisions of this. Beginning at paragraph 7 of the stipulation, respondent does not contest the allegations stated in the accusations and admits that evidence exists to establish a factual basis for the offenses, specifically that the respondent currently holds certificate of registration number PT 23862. He was formerly licensed as a pharmaceutical technician in California. He was disciplined in California for unprofessional conduct and gross negligence related to compounding activity at the San Diego Comprehensive Pain Management Clinic. The California board revoked his license to work as a pharmacy tech. However, that revocation was stayed and he was placed on probation for a period of 3 years, with that period of probation to end on November 19th, 2027. That the conditions of his probation included an obligation to pay $16,000 roughly in costs in monthly installments of $668.50. And then and this is, I think, relevant here in May of 2025, he voluntarily surrendered his California license, and that was not because he was charged with any additional misconduct. It was just that he couldn't make his financial obligations under the agreement as it was drafted in California, and he surrendered his California license, essentially just to avoid those financial obligations that were imposed as a result of the probation. But he does want to keep the Nevada registration, and I believe he may have plans to move to Nevada in the near future. I'm not sure, but I think he'd probably be more than happy to answer questions for you. With regard to the punishment in this case, his current Nevada certificate would be revoked effective immediately. However, the revocation would be stayed and he would be placed on probation for 2 years, and that would essentially take him through the end of the California probation that would have been in effect had he not surrendered his license. As a condition of that, he'll pay costs to the board in the amount of $500. He during the period of probation will not perform any sterile or non-sterile compounding. He will not hold an ownership interest in or serve as an officer, director, manager, or partner of any pharmacy license in Nevada, and he shall comply with all federal and state statutes and regulations concerning controlled substances and dangerous drugs, and shall have no additional charges filed against him. Upon successful completion of the probation, his certificate would be automatically reinstated without conditions. Mr. Williams understands that this will be reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank. So with that, Madam President, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Zunino. Mr. Williams, did you want to add or clarify anything that Mr. Zunino has shared with us?
No, ma'am. We went through that. He asked me all the questions. If I agreed with all the stipulations and the charges that were brought against me, I did, and I still do. I also did make it clear to him that I'm extremely remorseful for my part in that situation. And it's not something that's me as a whole or part of my character. I've never been in any kind of trouble in my life. And I didn't choose to start that now at 55 years of age. It's something that I've learned from, and it's something I know I will never repeat again.
And so currently you reside in California, is that right?
That is correct. And I did tell Mr. Zunino that my girlfriend and I, who are going to be married at some point in time in the future, in the next few years, have identified 2 places to retire to. One will be Northern California in Redding, and the second place would be somewhere in the outside of Las Vegas, Nevada, city limits or somewhere thereabouts. So at some point in time, I probably would become a resident of Las Vegas or Nevada, and I would still like to continue to practice out there.
Okay, so this is just in case later on you choose to practice in Nevada.
That is correct.
All right. Any additional questions for Mr. Williams?
Mr. Williams, as part of your stipulated agreement with California, if you could please refresh my memory, or if I missed it, was there any kind of like ethics CE that you had to complete?
There were no CEs that I had to complete. although I still do reading on my own and keeping up with laws for 797 and 795 through USP. I do most of that on my own just to kind of keep current. But California did not require me to do any CEs in regards to that. The only thing that they did was attached to the stipulation in California with the probation was working 80 hours per month in a licensed retail facility. I was working part-time per diem at that point. I was never able to really achieve 80 hours. And I had spoken to Samin about that a couple of times. And that was part of my last conversation with her, was that I don't think I'm going to be able to achieve, in addition to the monetary fine, I knew I wasn't going to be able to completely recoup, that I would not be able to honestly fulfill that 80-hour per month commitment. I just couldn't find any other outside work that would allow me to reach that number. And that was part of the conversation that I had with her in regards to self-surrendering in California.
I guess for board discussion, I think that's just my only point of concern here is, I'd be comfortable and if respondent is comfortable with adding a requirement for ethics CE, maybe an hour in addition to whatever the annual requirement that he has yet to complete. But otherwise I was wanting to hear from other board members.
Jade, is your mic on? Just.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to add that to the stipulation. Again, I continue to read just to keep up and abreast of any new law changes. So I'd be happy to complete any hours of ethics re-engagement or residual education that I would need to finish. I'd be okay and happy with doing that.
Adam Worth, Jade, 2 hours for this biennium, would you be good with that? I don't know. It's reasonable.
That's my board staff.
We agree to it.
Yeah, I'll make that amendment to the stipulation, and I'll send it to Mr. Williams, and then I'll send it to Helen for signature.
I would move that we accept the proposed stipulation with an amended requirement of 2 hours of continuing education due by the next renewal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Kobo, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we wish you all the best, Mr. Williams.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, our next agenda item, we'll move to agenda item 5O for Revive RX. So we have representatives here or online for Revive RX. If you could please come forward.
Good afternoon. This is Frank Flaherty, Dyer Lawrence LLP, bar number 5303. I'm Nevada counsel for Revive RX.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Flaherty, will anyone else be joining you?
No,
Okay. All right, so with that, I think we have a preliminary motion to dismiss. So we'll start with that. I'll turn it over to Mr. Flaherty.
Just before you do that, Todd, we have two new board members. Can you explain procedurally what's in front of Helen right now, just to help them?
This is Senior DAG Todd Weiss. Before we get into anything else, there has been a motion to dismiss filed by Revive RX. Because it's obviously a dispositive motion, we need to address that before we can address any other part of this matter. So at this time, the councils are going to make their oral arguments on what they think the board needs to know about the motion. And the ruling we made exclusively by President Park, because it's a legal motion, so it's not going to be a board vote. So we will proceed with the oral argument on the motion. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess I'd just start by saying, there is also, I guess you could call it a fallback, there's a stipulation to otherwise resolve the case, but I understand that you have to dispose of the motion first. The primary thrust of the motion was that under federal law, exclusive original jurisdiction to enforce the FDCA falls with the FDA. Certainly, this board has the authority to discipline a pharmacy or a pharmacist that violates the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, but that violation has to be determined by the Food and Drug Administration. And so that was the basis. That's the legal issue that's at play in the motion. And other than that, the motion's not that long. There's points in there regarding the policy rationale for federal preemption, kind of the moving target for the peptides at issue in this case. That's all kind of laid out in the motion. And with that, I'd conclude my remarks in support of the motion.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it to Mr. Camp.
Brad Camp, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. And I just want to note quickly, it's case number 23-411 PHO Revive RX pharmacy license number PH04215. Charges begin on page 5487 of the board book. And the respondent's motion to dismiss is not in the board book, nor is my opposition thereto. There are hard copies that have been provided, but I raised several arguments in my opposition, and the first one is a technical one. And that is that it's not really a motion to dismiss, it's a motion for summary judgment. The standard on a motion to dismiss is you look at what I've alleged in the accusation. You accept everything I have alleged is true. And then given that, have I stated a basis for discipline? So in this instance, under that standard, is compounding in violation of federal and or state law a basis for disciplining a licensee? I submit it is. But the other issue is they introduce a whole bunch of material and make allegations themselves or create material issues of fact on matters that go beyond the accusation. And that really means they're submitting a motion for summary judgment. They want you to consider everything they've submitted in support of their motion in the form of attachments thereto, and then to kind of, without going to a trial, just do a mini trial on the basis of their motion. And the fact of the matter is, I don't believe the board has the authority to render summary judgment because it's not provided for in the rules of administrative procedure. The rules clearly provide that a party can file a motion to dismiss. It says nothing about summary judgment. So because the board only has the powers that are expressly granted to it by the Nevada legislature in the NRS, I don't think the board has the authority to grant summary judgment. So like I said, that's a bit of a technical issue. But once again, applying the motion to dismiss standard and accepting everything as true, I respectfully submit you have the authority to discipline a licensee for compounding in violation of federal state law. Now, then we get into the jurisdictional argument that Mr. Flaherty just touched upon, and that is they are making the argument, and it's set forth in their motion, that because federal law says that there's no private right of action to enforce the FDCA, that this board cannot enforce it, and that only if the FDA makes a determination that there's been a violation could you then discipline a licensee on the basis of that determination. And I submit that that doesn't square with the way the scheme works, that the fact of the matter is the FDA relies to a significant extent on state regulatory enforcement. And so regardless of whether if the FDA has made no determination, you can make a determination as a matter of your jurisdiction over a licensee and discipline them accordingly. And then finally, they make some argument that there's not sufficient detail in the charges to afford them a reasonable opportunity to prepare a defense, and therefore they're being denied due process. And I would submit that given that they make extensive arguments in their motion, why they should not be disciplined, that they certainly seem to have adequate notice of the charges since they're making arguments in response to them. So that on that basis, I would submit that their motion should be denied. We should proceed.
And Counsel for Revive, if you have a reply to that.
Yeah, I think I'll just focus on the jurisdiction issue. And this is what 21 U.S. Code Section 337A states. It says, except as provided in subsection B, all proceedings for the enforcement or restraint violations of 21 U.S.C. 301 through 399I, and the violation here is 353A, the violation at issue, shall be by and in the name of the United States. And then subsection B is the exceptions that I just talked about when I read from subsection A. And it says a state may bring in its own name and within its jurisdiction proceedings for the civil enforcement or restraint violations of various sections, okay? But 353A is not one of the sections listed. So it's not just about a private right of action, because the text of the United States Code talks specifically about what a state has the authority to do, and otherwise exclusive original jurisdiction is with the United States and the Food and Drug Administration.
Mr. Camp?
If I could respond, Brett Camp, for the record, you're not taking Revive RX to court. You are holding them accountable as a licensee in an administrative action. That's the distinction there. They're talking about you're taking them to court. You're not taking them to court. And the Nevada Supreme Court has clearly articulated that you have jurisdiction to discipline your licensees. And it's also very clear that one of the bases of discipline, as articulated in NRS 639-210-11, is for violations of federal law. So I submit that the provisions in the U.S. Code that Mr. Polarity cited have nothing to do with an administrative action against the licensee. They have to do with a legal enforcement action in court.
Thank you both for your oral arguments. At this time, the motion to dismiss has been denied. Okay, so we'll move forward with the case. And I will turn it over to Mr. Khan for the application.
Once again, Brett Camp, for the record, we do have a stipulation to present to you for your consideration and possible approval this afternoon. It is not in the board book. You have been provided copies, and there are copies available for the public. And once again, by way of brief background, we've simply alleged that for a period of time, the respondent compounded and dispensed drug products to Nevada patients that didn't comply with Nevada and federal law. Specifically, they were compounding Category 2 bulk substances, and that's prohibited. And respondent is responsible on that basis. And so what we propose by way of stipulated settlement is that the respondent, the board will suspend judgment and place respondent on probation for a period of 1 year. And respondent shall pay a $5,000 fine and $4,000 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney fees and costs. Both those due and payable by January 2nd. And And that consistent with NAC 639-67013, the managing pharmacist, every pharmacist and pharmaceutical technician that's engaged in the practice of compounding sterile drug products shall complete sufficient training, demonstrate and maintain competency and proficiency, and provide appropriate documentation to the satisfaction of board staff, that the respondent shall be subject to quarterly inspections by board staff at respondent's expense. And I would just note, respondent is located in Houston, Texas. Respondent shall undergo one inspection by the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy. Those findings will be provided to the board and will establish and put into practice all necessary policies and procedures for compounding, dispensing drug products in conformance with state law. Just to note a couple of things, suspending judgment is a form of discipline that you're authorized to impose pursuant to NRS 639-255-1A. And what it simply means is that you're suspending any further action against Revive for the probationary period, provided those terms of probation and conditions are strictly complied with. And once again, if at any point they are not, we can bring Revive back before you on an order to show cause, at which time, if you make a determination that those conditions have not been strictly complied with, you can take any further disciplinary action that you're authorized to impose, including suspension or revocation. So this is the stipulation we're presenting for your consideration.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Flaherty to add any additional remarks or clarification on the stipulation and order.
I don't think I have much to add. I'd like to thank Mr. Kant and board staff to helping to resolve this issue. I think, as evident by the motion we just discussed, this, at least from a revised perspective, some ambiguity here in terms of the substances they were compounding, relying on FDA guidance, and relying on that, they were dispensing these peptides pursuant to a prescription to an identified individual, complying with other state and federal requirements. And then FDA issued new guidance, and the peptides at issue, the FDA definitively said, hey, you know what? These are not going to go to category 1. At that point, Revive, of its own accord, without being directed to do so by the FDA or anybody else, phased out those peptides, but there was a transition period because they needed to work with providers and patients to come up with alternatives. But by April of 2024, Revive was no longer dispensing those peptides at issue. And Revive's ready to move forward, and I respectfully request that the board approve the stipulation.
Okay, great, thank you. Board members, any questions on the stipulation?
I just have one for both attorneys or Brett. So suspending judgment is clearly in their authority. We don't use it all the time. So is it still reportable to the National Data Bank, and we still list it at our website as an action? I just want to make sure we have that part of the record clear, so no one's disappointed as we move forward.
Thank you for the question, Brett Camp, for the record. Yes. So suspended judgment is an authorized form of discipline, but it's still discipline. Discipline is reportable, and that's reflected the standard paragraph that's included in all stipulations I present to the board. This paragraph 11 in this instance, that if the stipulation is approved by the board, it shall be a public record pursuant to NRS 622-330 and shall be reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank pursuant to federal law and further reported pursuant to NAC 639-960.
I appreciate it. I only asked, and you know this, but not, I mean, we have a requirement to report under what the National Data Bank tells us to report. So I just wanted to make sure we were doing what we're supposed to be doing.
I do not have any questions on this stipulation. I would feel comfortable moving forward with it.
I move that we accept with the full stipulation for Revive RX.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Kobo, a second by Mr. Porter.
Oh, somebody must have touched it. I'm gonna blame Greg. If you could just redo that from the public.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Kobo, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time, Mr. Porath.
Thank you all very much.
All right, so we will continue on with agenda item 16A for Bailey Watkins. Bailey Watkins, if you are here or online, if you could please let us know.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you guys able to hear me and see me?
We could hear you. But we can't see. Which is okay if you don't want to be seen.
Okay, I just don't know how to turn the camera on. Sorry.
That's okay.
This matters just for the record and Todd stay. These people were notified by legally or by the legal process to appear tomorrow, but they've agreed to appear today, which is allowed by our laws or regulations. So just putting that out for the record.
All right, so Bailey, could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Bailey Watkins.
Okay, and Ms. Watkins, I'm gonna swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Great, thank you. All right, and I'll turn this one over to Dr. Long.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Yan Long for the record. I will present this item. Ms. Watkins, I am a board staff member and I'm going to walk the board staff. I'll walk the board members through your application and I may have some questions for you as well as the board members. So this item is 16A. It begins on page 6913 of the board book. Miss Bailey Watkins is applying for a pharmaceutical technician in training registration to work at Albertsons Pharmacy in Elko, Nevada. She is appearing before you today due to a couple of disclosures. She reported in July of 2023. She pled guilty to 1-count conspiracy to commit possession of a controlled substance, which was a Schedule I controlled substance, psilocybin. The court entered its order deferring judgment and placed Ms. Watkins on probation for 12 months. On July of 2025, 2 years later, Division of Parole and Probation filed a petition to dismiss the proceedings against Ms. Watkins. She was discharged from probation and the conviction was set aside. And on August 2025, Ms. Watkins was honorably discharged from probation. The actions were dismissed. And then there is another disclosure in November 2023, Ms. Watkins, and this was a few months following that other arrest. She was arrested for a DUI and minor in possession. She is still waiting for trial, but she plans to plead guilty in that particular case. So Ms. Watkins, I just have a few questions for you. Could you please explain what happened in your July 2023 arrest that led to your deferred judgment relating to your guilty plea of the conspiracy to commit possession of a controlled substance?
So like what happened the night of or?
Yeah, what led to you having possession of the psilocybin? You mentioned something about getting arrested for not having a valid driver's license. So yeah, if you can talk about what happened and why you came to possess the controlled substance.
So it was my car, but I had my friend driving at the time, and he was the one who actually had them, the psilocybin mushrooms. But at the time of the arrest, I think I was on juvenile probation as well. And so they searched the car and they found it. And since it was my car, I took that charge.
And did you or have you used controlled substances such as psilocybin or other types of controlled substances?
I have not.
You don't use any controlled substances recreationally?
I do not. I just the last time was when I got that DUI back in 2023 as well.
Okay, and the DUI in 2023, what were you under the influence of?
It was alcohol.
Okay. Do you have any issues with alcohol or anything like that?
I think for a little bit there I did, but since then I've been to therapy for like the past 2 years and it's helped me a lot. So I haven't used or wanted to since then.
Okay, so when was the last time you've had alcohol?
That day I would say.
Okay, November 2023, around that time?
Yeah.
Okay. And why would you like to obtain a pharmaceutical technician and training registration with the Nevada Board of Pharmacy?
Well, originally I wanted to be a nurse, and so I applied into the pharmacy at Albertsons, and I've been here for a little over a year now, and I think I just really like everything and the work and what they do in there. And I'm just a cashier for right now, so I get to see what the technicians do, and it's really interests me, and I want to see what it's like over on that other side of the pharmacy.
Okay. And you did mention, I'd kind of go back to what you said, you're going to therapy for maybe some issues you have with alcohol. And are you still doing that right now?
I think last time I went was back in July of this year, and she said I was doing really good, and I feel like I'm doing really good too. So she said, kind of until I feel like I need to go back, we're kind of taking a pause.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all the questions I have. I'll turn it over to the board.
I'm just one follow-up on that. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Dave Weiss, I'm the executive board. When you get your hours and you become a technician, we'll ask you to do a fingerprint background check at that time. And that will return everything that ever happened to you in a criminal, even if you've been told it's expunged or been removed or whatever happened. So I think today, I'm just not concerned about you, but I just want to make sure that you're making every disclosure that might be found at that time, because we will match that up to your current application. So now's the time to tell the board anything that you might have forgotten or didn't think of, so that we can just get it on the record and address it. You were talking about a juvenile. I assume that was related to the DUI driving, but I just want to make sure that everything's disclosed to the board.
I didn't put juvenile things on there, but I did get arrested as a juvenile for drinking as well.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, just a.
Okay.
Just
They
those.
all count for us, they all show up and it gets matched up, so this will actually protect you in the future.
Okay.
That's-
Great. Board members, any additional questions?
Add point for the record, Ms. Watkins, thanks for your openness and honesty today. I'm comfortable, I think, with approving the application for pharmaceutical technician and training for Bailey Watkins.
A motion?
That's a motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Are we still discussing? Oh, sorry, I still feel like it's a little premature. I feel like the recency of everything that's happened is within the past 2 years, and I understand she's going through therapy, but I think a little bit additional may be required here, for the public safety and also for her own safety and well-being.
Are you thinking like an assessment from a PRN,
Yes.
right?
So I'm not completely against the idea, but assessment may be necessary.
I'm kind of along the same lines as Ms. Jacobo, only because she was just arrested in July of 2025 too, so it is pretty recent.
The arrest was in 2023. The case has not been adjudicated yet.
Okay.
Okay. There is a motion on the table. Mr. Porath, are you interested in revising your motion? Or amending?
I would be open to, I guess I would ask Ms. Watkins, would you be willing to undergo an assessment by a board approved therapist?
Yes.
With one more point too, your current therapist may count, so that just for the record, we'll evaluate that, but.
Okay, I will attempt to revise my motion. So I would move to approve pharmaceutical technician and training application for Bailey Watkins pending a favorable evaluation by a board approved provider.
A second. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Mr. Kobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Great, Ms. Watkins, we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll go to agenda item 16B, and that's for Catherine Rodriguez. We have Catherine Rodriguez online. If you could please let us know.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we could hear you and see you.
Great. I'm sorry. I'm a little under the weather today.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
If you could state your full name for the record.
Catherine Rodriguez.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I will turn this over to Ms. Schuyler.
Hi, Ms. Rodriguez. My name is Schuyler Young. I work for the board, and I'm going to be asking you some questions about your application today, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so this is item 16B. It can be found on 6923 of the board book. It's an application for a pharmaceutical technician in training. Ms. Rodriguez currently works at Walgreens in Fernley. Ms. Rodriguez, can you explain your current role at Walgreens?
Actually, I left Walgreens because the pharmacy tech training license was taking a lot longer than expected. So I wasn't getting any hours, and I have two small boys that I care for. So I had to look for other employment. So I had to leave Walgreens, and I'm hoping I can go back with the training license, and I know they'll take me back. I just, they can't use me without the training license.
Are you currently employed right now?
I was at Panda Express. I have all my work experience in the food industry. I've had a restaurant, I've worked just food. And when I moved to Fernley, I wanted to get into something different. And I went to Walgreens. The pharmacy really interested me. It was in the medical field that I've always wanted to go into, but it wasn't, nursing or anything like that. So my background shouldn't have been an issue, I thought. But it was. So it didn't work out. I wasn't getting any hours, and I have two small boys, so I have, expenses.
In your application, you disclosed multiple arrests and or court cases, 6 in total, spanning between 2004 and 2014. Other than stating that you had an addiction problem, can you briefly explain those circumstances, those events?
Well, the first one, the felony for the driving a stolen vehicle, that was actually my ex-husband who did it. But I was in the car and I knew about it. So I got charged with that. And being so young, it was my first time going, to jail and stuff. I didn't know anything. So I went with it. I took the charge. I did my time. And I got out and I struggled with addiction for I don't know how many years. I was probably close to 30 when I finally got my stuff together. And I honestly can't say exactly what it was. I think I was just tired of living that way. And
As far as outside of the driving the stolen car, there's 5 other incidents. Can you explain a couple of those events for us?
I'm pretty sure they're all under the influence or possession of paraphernalia. I couldn't get clean for the life of me. I had no real reason to get clean, and it just took over my life. They're all drug charges. I was addicted to meth, and it took total control of my life.
You say that you completed a substance abuse program. When did you complete that?
I believe my middle son was about a year old. And he's 12 now, so I want to say over a decade ago, I did in California, it's called drug court, where you go to court and see a judge once a week at first. And I even, at my church in California, I held NA meetings open to the public, but I was the mediator for the meetings for a couple years. I did that. And then after so many months of going once a week, you go once a month, and then you get your certificate, and by then you have like a whole year clean. So, it's.
Did you attend every week?
Yeah, I successfully completed that program. Yes.
And how are you currently maintaining your sobriety?
I can't really say. I don't know. I have no desire. I kind of just hate the stuff. I don't know if just being so long on it was enough for me to never want it ever again, but the desire is just not there. It doesn't entice me at all. It disgusts me.
Are you sober from all substances today?
You might need to repeat that.
Oh, are you sober from all substances or just meth?
Meth. I don't do any other substances. I drink occasionally, but I don't do any other drugs. So meth was the only drug that was the drug for me. Heroin, all that other stuff, I've never even tried it.
Do you have a good support system in Fernley?
I have most of my support system is a phone call away. My sisters and my mom are in California still. But I am so much stronger today than I have ever been. I lost my daughter almost 2 years ago, and everyone thought that was it. I was either gonna fall off or go back to my old ways, or some people thought I was going to kill myself. Like, that's how devastating the loss was. But I don't have any desire to. I still have 2 small boys, so I'm still very much needed in this world, and I can't imagine leaving them to be with her, or and she's still watching me. I'm still trying to make her proud every day. So I have enough strength. I can say that.
Thank you for sharing, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
My last question is, why you want to be a pharmaceutical technician?
I've always wanted to go into the medical field, but with my record, I just never thought it possible. And now it being so long ago, I'm starting to think that, I'll be 40 this month. So I think I still have a couple more decades that I can, learn a new trade and retire doing something that isn't going to break my back. I've been in the food industry for a very long time, and it can be very physically exhausting. And I am right now in the process of looking into all of my previous charges and looking to get them expunged and looking to get them sealed and all these things, because I want to do something different. And pharmaceuticals it's not physically exhausting on me, and it's an avenue I am interested in. I would like to explore that. I know everything there is to know about the food industry. I want to know about the medical field. And if I can't be a nurse, maybe pharmacy tech is. I actually like doing it too. When I went in there for the couple of days that I was in there, it was very fast paced, but it was, I enjoyed it. I could see myself doing it.
Thank you, and I have no further questions.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna turn it over to the board, they may ask questions. But yeah, thank you for your answers today.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez, this is Helen Park. It sounds like you've come a long way from days in which you struggled with your addiction. So I'm glad to hear that you were able to overcome that. Has it been, it looks like you stated 12 years of being sober? Is that correct?
Honestly, I don't keep track, but yeah, it's been over a decade. I know that. Over a decade.
Okay, I think that's fantastic, and
thank you.
I wish you continued success with that.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions on the application. I think it was addressed, and I would feel comfortable with that moving forward.
Okay.
I commend you, Ms. Rodriguez, on everything you've overcome, and I would move that we approve the technician training application for Catherine Rodriguez.
Crystal Freitas, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cobo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The first word.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll continue on to agenda item 16D for Vincent Montemayor. If Vincent Montemayor is here or online, okay, please come forward and have seats. Hi, welcome. All right, if I could have you state your full name for the record.
Vincent Montemayor.
I'm gonna swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon, David, for the record. You're applying for a, got back up here. Tech and training license, thank you. And for board members, it starts on page 69. 65. And you're in front of the board today because you made some disclosures. You've made disclosures, which I can tell in very good faith. like you disclosed everything, I could tell. Some, I just don't want to run through them, because some you said no charges were filed, and the board doesn't weigh that when they're giving you a license, so I'm just gonna run through them. I know that you did your best in doing this, but some you didn't remember, and we're gonna talk about those today and that kind of stuff. So the first charges that were from, August 2025, it was an incident with your wife, but no charges were filed, if that makes the point. So the board won't weigh that. So I'll go to the next one. And then the other one was from 2002. It was due to some conduct. You said in your application that you weren't sure, it was a long time ago, but the board's going to ask you to try to recollect what. So just what was the circumstance?
Does it have anything on it?
It's in, you did it in Madeira, California. It was Madeira PD.
So it looks like it was May 2006.
Yeah.
Honestly, most of that.
Oh, sorry, that was out of order. Thanks.
Honestly, most of that stuff back then is a lot of fights. If it wasn't a fight, it was drunk in public.
Okay.
Most of the time it was as the officer was taking me in, so they just kind of threw the charge in there so they have something to actually take me in for.
Okay, so during that time, like 2006, that was the behavior pattern that you were in, so you had multiple, okay. And so those generally revolved around you drinking and then being in public and being disorderly in some fashion and then having an incident with the cop. So we can kind of lump all those things together.
Yeah, also I believe without having it right in front of me, well, the majority, but yes.
We can show it to you if you want to see it to recollect it. Do you want to see?
If
Yeah, I'll just come to you. I'll show it to you. I got it. I'll just move on. I'm just gonna sit next to you if that's okay. We'll just kind of go through it together. And the board trusts you to make your disclosures, and you did. So you just wrote.
Yeah, so disorderly conduct, most likely I was drinking and got mouthy with the cop and they took me in for the disorder.
Okay, and then this one, you got probation, so there was some kind of ruling. This was in Bakersfield.
So this
similar.
one, yeah, this one right here, we actually went to Bakersfield. We took some furniture to an uncle. While we were there, there was a party across the street. My little brother and one of his friends went over there. And as they were walking across the street, about 6 cop cars or more happened just to be coming down the road. They seen him right away. They went after him. He took off running. They tackled him instead of actually just putting cuffs on him or anything. They actually just start beating the hell out of him. So I told the cops, just put the cuffs on him. They came at me, took me in as well. I believe that was they got me with a resisting or something like that.
Okay. And then this one, you said the charges were dropped, but it actually was plead, and this is a California type of assault. Would you say 42?
Yes.
For the board, 242 PC is a type of assault in California. So what were the circumstances around?
So
that?
this one, me and my wife actually had gotten into an argument. She wanted me to leave as I was grabbing my stuff. She actually prevented me from leaving. Proceeded to call the police on me. She locked herself in the restroom. I went outside. And once she said she was calling the cops, waited out there. They handcuffed me. Took her statement. There was no evidence of anything other than her. So they took me in. Back then, I didn't have no money, didn't even try to fight it. Took the charge, and that was that.
Okay, and then Dave Weiss again for the record. Just to talk about that time. So you did disclose this, but there was no charges filed. So this was more recent. So between 2006 and now, have you been arrested or convicted of anything during that time?
This is the only
Okay,
thing.
and this doesn't count, so that's fine. So at the time, did you have a problem with alcohol, or that just happened to be related? Or how did you feel about that?
I don't think I had an issue. I mean, obviously there was an issue with me drinking, but it was the environment I kept myself in.
Okay. Are you out of that environment now?
Yes, I actually don't know nobody here, so.
And then it was always alcohol, it wasn't a controlled substance or
it was
anything
just
like that? And then why is it that you want to be a tech in training?
Honestly.
We
so I
don't
can work
ask that,
longer.
we don't ask that because we're trying to discourage you.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
curious.
honestly, it's just so I can work longer.
What are you doing now?
The way things are going now, I want you to work until you're dead.
What
So-
kind of work are you doing now?
Right now, I'm actually unemployed. I was working for Advance Auto. They closed everything on the West Coast, so 700 and some stores. Since then, I've applied for county, city jobs, which I've gotten an interview, but have not been able to obtain work. Basically, that's what I did back in California, so I tried to go back into it. My wife actually suggested I do this, and I looked into it. I actually know a couple of people in California that do it, so.
Okay. Have you talked to any pharmacists or pharmacy techs yet, or?
No, like I said, I know a couple of them back in California,
Okay, so you want to get you want to get your registration and then go start applying?
No, I actually took a course. They have something waiting for me now.
Okay, job?
I'm just to do my training.
Oh, good, okay.
So
Oh, yeah,
because
you
I-
did Stepful, you're doing the
Yeah.
place out of, okay.
Yeah,
So
so-
you're in a program in.
Yeah, so
in,
right now, I did the program, I graduated, I took my exam, I passed. Basically, this is one of my last steps, if I'm able to get through.
Right, so you're currently enrolled in an online program called Stepful, which we've seen in front of the board before with other people. And they're getting your registration so that you can do your intern hours, so that you
Yes.
can get to your certification at the end.
I did want to disclose, 'cause I heard it earlier.
Oh. We will run your fingerprints.
I wouldn't have even mentioned it right now, but I'm glad it was mentioned earlier. I do have someone charges as juvenile. Again, most of them are alcohol related. Fights in school. The biggest one is actually a sex case, which
You were underage at the time?
Yeah.
Okay.
which I hate this charge. They actually we went to a party. Some older guys were there. They took a girl. They took a girl.
You can talk in generalities. It's
Well,
okay.
they took her, they did bad things. Since I was at that party, even though the case did not happen there, they charge you for what led to it. So I got stuck with that charge.
That's a tough one. Okay, I'll turn it over to the board.
Mr. Montemayor, do you still consume alcohol?
I do, not as frequently and not as in abundance.
Do you think you have an alcohol use disorder?
No, I mainly drink when friends are over, and now it's not that often. Like I said, we're the only ones here.
When you say we,
Me and my wife, my kids.
then what led you to move to Nevada?
My wife got a high-paying job after she got a master's degree, so after that, it was wherever she wanted to go. That's what we put her in school for.
And do you believe you may have any issues with anger or anger management?
I can honestly say I used to be real angry. Nowadays, not so much. Takes quite a bit to get me mad.
Is it just because it's a different environment, or what has led you to be less mad?
Don't know.
Maturity? Okay, because sometimes working out there with the
Okay.
public can be challenging.
Trust me, I work for the county and we got to deal with people on the roads. Yeah, I understand.
Very good. Board members, any additional questions for Mr. Montemayor?
I just have one question because I'm not familiar with it. Can you tell me a little bit about your pharmacy tech program, Stepful?
Stepful, it's an online program. I believe it's about a 4-month program. You go over all the stuff, you do training online. They actually give you stuff to do at home, and you have to record yourself. Whether it's, simulating a compounding, stimulating, splitting, like counting the pills, putting them in bottles, labeling them, stuff like that. After that, of course, you register and take your test.
So this, you're just applying for a technician in training so you can do your externship hours. Okay.
Yeah, I think we, for the record, just, it's good to bring this up. So you approve schools, but the way that the interpretation of board staff has been they're in-state, so there's schools out of state. And you don't approve those. There would be a lot that we would have to do. So we met Stepful, we became aware of Stepful when we got some documents that didn't match up to what we thought. And so we had correspondence with them, and we didn't know candidly if they were falsified records or if they were real records. It just was a printing error on their part, and the people didn't have the hours and thought they had the hours, blah, 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 blah. So we worked through that with them. So they're known to us because of that. And so what we look for when there's a school coming in from out of state, are they ASHP accredited and do they have the hours to meet yours? And then we give credit for this. This is an oddity because we haven't encountered anybody that we've seen that's in Nevada doing the hours. We've seen the hours done outside and then they're coming into Nevada. And I know you guys are trying to license as many technicians and can be licensed safely. And so we try to take the most generous view of that when we're giving out registrations.
I'm in support of the application, and I would move that we approve technician training application for Mr. Vincent Montaner.
We have a motion by Mr. Cobo, second by Mr. Pora. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We wish you all the best.
You all have a good day.
Okay, we'll move to agenda item 17A for Eli Muniwire. I'm so sorry. Yes, please come forward. Good afternoon. If I could have you state your full name for the record.
My name is Eliab Minyahiro.
I'm gonna try my best. Okay. All right, I'm gonna swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mr. Weist.
All right, comments, Mr. Minuet. Close enough, or? I'm so sorry. You're applying for the board, you're applying for a APRN ability to prescribe. You also have requested to do controlled substances, which is allowed by the law, and that's fine. You had made some disclosures in your application, which were proper and fine. The first one was related to a driving under influence, and the board doesn't, we don't, that's 2007, we don't look at that. But the other one was a little bit more concerning, that is why you're invited to talk today. And then when you were an RN, you had an issue with controlled substances, acquisition of them or whatever. So can you just tell the board in your own words what happened in 2019? Please.
Yes, in 2019, excuse me, I was working at night shift as a registered nurse. And at that time, I was also dealing with back pain. I was working on a orthopedic unit, which was quite, excuse me. So that was in 2019. I was working night shift and I was working on orthopedic unit, that's a post-op unit. It was quite heavy. I was dealing with issue with back pain, and then working night shift, I was having trouble sleeping at home. So it got to the point where my sleeping was so poor. So, and I made a poor judgment of using medication to get to sleep. And that was promethazine. That's the medication I use to deal with the sleeplessness. And then at that time, that's what I was accused of.
And then you took that promethazine from the hospital or you diverted the medication?
Yes, I took it from the hospital. I used it at that time, and that's what the problem was at that time. But since then, that has changed.
I'm sorry, you said since then?
So since then, after at that time, I realized that night shift wasn't working for me, so I quit night shift and I found a daytime job, which now is aligning with my circadian rhythm. My sleep got better, and I was required by the nursing board to be on probation for 2 years, and I was required to do the classes about controlled substance, about ethics, which I successfully completed. And my probation was completed in 2021. I do have documentation showing the completion of the probation. And I've been working as a psychiatric charge nurse in one of the local hospitals for 6 years now.
Okay, and I can confirm your license is in good standing with the nursing board and it's fully stated. So when did you become an APRN?
So in 2023, that's when I went back to school, because at that time I was working as a charge nurse in the psychiatric unit, and I was helping patients, and really that became my passion. And given my background, what I did deal with, our unit, our hospital has mental health and chemical dependency. So I was helping people who actually having some issues similar to what I faced. So I decided to go back to school to see if I can even learn more about chemical dependency and mental health. So 2023, I went back to school and I did graduate in 2025 in August, and I passed the exam for licensing in October, I'm sorry.
And so now your goal is to be able to prescribe dangerous drugs, which are prescription drugs and controlled substances. And you need that to further your practice. I mean, you won't be able to practice without it, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why I'm applying, questioning the board. And like I said, since then, I do have recommendation from my director that I worked with for 6 years about my work ethic.
You can provide that to the board now, and that can be put into the record. So do you have one copy or multiple copies, or what do you have?
I do have.
Aaron will help you. Aaron will come and help you. Whatever you have, we'll make that a permanent part of the record. And if you just have, just they can share, and then we'll keep one. Staff doesn't have, I mean, you've been honest and you've laid it all out. It's, it comes, so, it comes with some pitfalls, which they're worried about, and I think you've answered those to my satisfaction, but we'll turn it over.
Mr. Muniroi, do you currently work at Desert Parkway?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's where you've been the last 6 years in your psych.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Moon. Adam Forth for the record, Mr. Muniroi. In your current role, do you handle controlled substances at all?
No, I don't. I work in an interview department, it's kind of a ER in our site. So I do take people in and triage them and assessment and get them admitted. I don't work on controlled substance at this time.
Okay. You mentioned your reason for using the promethazine. At the time you had some back pain. Was that kind of a transient thing? Are you still dealing with that?
So I think it was due to the work I was doing at that time. It was severe. So I went through physical therapy and I did get some therapy. I forgot the name, psychosoma something therapy. So I did go through extensive therapy management, and that has resolved. I do take Lyrica for my numbness, my feet, but that's prescribed by the doctor. But that's really it. I don't have any other issue. And I think the biggest issue at that time was really working night shift, which wasn't really aligning with my circadian rhythm. Because since then, my life has improved. Like I don't use anything. I don't even drink alcohol.
I think you answered my last question, which was, are you currently prescribed any controlled substances, and just there to.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to verify with board staff that this is his first application. It's not a renewal for controlled substance registration.
Yeah, I mean, as presented to me, this is his first one. He just graduated and then you put it in and then you got selected and come in front of the board. Because he was an RN before that and then he became an RN recently.
I think given the circumstances, successful completion of the requirements of the State Board of Nursing, at this point, I would be comfortable approving the application.
Can I add one more thing before you do that? So the rules are when you're new, you have to either have a physician that you work with, or you have to do 2,000 hours before you can have Schedule 2. So which are you working with a collaborating doctor or are you working independently?
I have a psychiatrist that I'm going to be working with. His name is Dr. Singh Amitabh.
Okay, he'll be watching what you do, he'll be looking at what you do.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's just another benefit for you, that doesn't mean that he can't do something bad, but he's chosen the path of oversight.
I don't have the question. So, if he's working with the collaborating physician, does the 2,000 hours start accruing from that point? Like, let's say he stops working with the collaborating physician.
It resets the doc and all those hours are kept at the nursing board and then we work with them to do that. So if you were not to get the 2,000 hours, he gets to work with the 2s when he's working with a doctor. If he stops, then he has to do the hours.
From scratch.
I'll get the answer for that. It's a nursing
Sorry.
board. Yeah, no, I don't know if that's come up, but I'm sure it has. I can get that answered for you. I'll follow outside the meeting. Okay.
Sorry. Didn't cut you off.
Was it a motion for?
Yeah, to be clear, I would move that we approve the prescriptive authority, including controlled substances for Ilya Muniu.
Okay, so motion by Ms. Forat, second by Mr. Kobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. We wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Yue.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take a quick break.
We can, we have one more item. I'm gonna just give you a preview. I'll take care of my report today too. So we'll go to a break and then we'll come back to my report.
All righty. Okay, great. We're going to continue with our agenda, and next I'm going to call for agenda item 10B, and that is for Las Vegas Recovery Hospital. So if you have representatives here, if you could please come forward. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Great. If I could have you both state your full name and titles for the record.
Stacy Zareth, CEO for Las Vegas Recovery Hospital. Stacy Zareth, Las Vegas Recovery Hospital, CEO.
Thank you.
My name is Don Lee, pharmacist. I'm gonna be PIC for the new hospital.
Great. I'm going to swear both of you in.
Madam President, I think we have one more person today online that's compliance, so we're just trying to find, if they can raise their hand, we'll unmute you. What's her name for the record?
Melody Caulfield.
Okay. Hopefully Melody's there. We probably can proceed without her, but let's.
I see her and I do see Mark Burston as well from our company.
Okay. It just says here. Yeah, Melanie, we see you now, Melanie. You should be able to speak.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mark, if you can. Got you clapped. I like that.
Okay, so for the two new individuals who joined, if you could please state your full name and title, starting with Melody.
Sure. My name is Melody Caulfield. I am the Director of Quality Compliance for Lion Health System.
Thank you.
And Mark Burstein, Director of Development for Lion Health System.
Right, I'm gonna swear all four of you in together, but I need a verbal affirmation individually from each of you. All right, if you join me raising your right hand, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
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 Okay, I saw that, Mark, but you fixed it.
I wasn't sure.
You did great. Okay. All right. So
Thank
with
you.
that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Weist.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President Davies, for the record. In front of you, board, you have an application for a new pharmacy that'll be located inside a inside of a hospital. It starts in your board book at 6,005. I didn't know I'd ever say that, but I said it, so it's page 6,005. It's a straightforward application, but because they've never owned a pharmacy, there requires an appearance in Nevada, so it requires an appearance. They've gone through, I think, the very long, tenuous process of getting their registration with the health department, and then the health department said, hey, you have to get a pharmacy license. So there's been a little bit of a scramble, but we got them onto this board agenda, which I think was nice. And obviously, I think when you hear about the model, it's something that Nevada needs, so we welcome them into Nevada. If you could just talk, and just for the record, it's 78 beds, so it's on that delineation between having a full-time pharmacy operating. I do know that they're going to use outside pharmacy, Omnicare, to provide, I think it's Omnicare, but they'll tell us that to provide some pharmaceutical services, so they'll be supplying the machines. I think Mr. Lee will be there to help, and I'm sure they don't know everything that they don't know yet, so they seem to be quite prepared to have both. They didn't need to do everything that they're presenting to you today, but I think that they did it so that they could provide excellent care. So just what the hospital, what type of patients will you see there?
So Las Vegas Recovery Hospital is being established to meet a critical unmet need in Clark County. We are going to be providing safe, medically supervised withdrawal treatment and management of and inpatient rehab services. Our patient population requires hospital level care, including highly structured medication management to ensure stabilization.
And so, Mr. Lee, I think one of your roles that it's been described to me is that you might be helping out with fat therapy or some other drug assisted therapy. So talk about maybe your experience with that or what you're planning to do to become experienced or.
Yes, they want me to help them out with the methadone and the Suboxone. We only dispense 2 drugs, and I'm responsible for checking for requirement of the board, state and federal client inventory. I do everything to get this controlled substance in place, and I do everything with the board, the state, the federal required me to do is a PIC.
Okay. And then when you're saying that's your job, but if they need other meds, that would come from the other pharmacy services, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then we can talk about after this, you'll get an inspection. There is a requirement when you're running this type of model that there's a consultant pharmacist. That could be him, or that could be somebody from, so some pharmacist is going to have to oversee on not a daily basis, but on a monthly basis, what's happening with the other meds, and the compliance people are shaking that. So you'll determine that and notify us, but this would be pending inspection. So the board staff is quite familiar with this type of model, and they'll help you through those kind of things. So for those drugs that you'll be working with, where will you obtain those drugs from? From Cardinal or McKesson, or how are you going to obtain drugs? Or anybody can answer this question.
Melody?
I believe we will be using Cardinal.
Okay, and so you'll be using the CSOS program, and Mr. Lee will be in charge of that, of the order. Have you used CSOS before? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
But for Mr. Lee, sorry. Mr. I'll be more clear. Melanie, you've seen it all. Mr. Lee, you see soft, you familiar with how to order on that? And yes, okay. And then, and how you justify it at the end that you received what you ordered and all those things?
We, the methadone is C2 and, the, Suboxone is C3. But I throw everything in there in that case, in the case to the safe. And I also threw the DA form 222, from the Cardinal, as she said, and then we secured all medication in that room, that we're gonna have the double lock door, the camera. I have the physical key for that, only me.
Nice.
And then I dispense, pre-package and dispense medication, and the nurse staff gonna administer those drugs. But for me, when I come to the room, I do all the dispensing, do inventory, do all kind of compliance with the state and the federal before I can give out the medication.
And are these policies and procedures written down somewhere? Do you have a policy book and you've worked with the owners and you work together on what the proper policy is?
We have the recovery hospital back in New Jersey. So
have you seen that?
No, not yet, but they will send me a video.
Nice.
Yeah.
When do you think it's gonna start operating?
We have our Department of Health inspection on the 18th, and we plan to be deficiency free and open right after that.
Okay, and you need this before that
We need
happens.
that, we need this before that, yes.
Okay, sounds good. I don't have any other questions. The board might themselves may.
Hi, this is Helen. So my questions, I guess, for Mr. Lee, you said the two drugs that you'll mainly be responsible for is the methadone and Suboxone, is that
Yes.
correct?
Only two.
Only two?
Yes.
Okay. Only two, and this is an inpatient center, recovery center for patients going through active withdrawal?
Yes, that's correct.
And those are the only two drugs?
Only two.
There'll be other, I tried to say it, but maybe I was going, they are gonna contract with an outside pharmacy. I think it's Omnicare. Is it Omnicare?
That's correct.
They're gonna put Pyxis machines in the bedrooms and they'll be doing those. So that if a patient comes in and needs a calcium channel blocker, they'll get that from them. That's why I was telling them, there'll have to be some oversight from a pharmacist on the consulting part of that. This model is allowed by you can farm that business out, and I'll let them answer, but that's what I was trying to, that's what my questions were targeting.
Because I'm sure there's a lot more comfort meds and things that need to be included. So then that's gonna be through Omnicare?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
We have
I can clarify. So Omnicare is providing us all medications, including emergency medications, PRNs, first doses, everything in our Omnicell except for Suboxone and methadone. They will also be delivering 3 times a day for all medications except for these two. So these are the only two that they are not supplying to us, and they're only two that we will be packaging on site.
Okay.
They know this already, but they'll require your mechanical device registration for those, and then we'll inspect to those machines are working right separately from this.
Okay, and then the other two drugs, only Mr. Lee has a key to, and it's a room with just those two medications?
Yes, that's only two.
And so if you're not available, no one gets in?
Nobody except me allowed, a staff or licensed staff or like a nursing staff can come in with me.
With you?
Yes,
Okay.
because nobody can open, it's only me. Only pharmacy can.
What about when you go on vacation, or do you?
We have the Omnicare pharmacist,
Okay.
they call it interim pharmacist to take care of that.
Okay, just making sure. All right.
We don't expect him to be up 24 hours a
I was
day.
gonna say, yeah, he's on call whenever. All right, well, I
And
think
is this how you operated at your other pharmacy, and was it in New Jersey?
New Jersey.
Yeah.
It's in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, okay. Yeah, I mean, you'll just. I appreciate the inclusion of the pharmacist into the practice and all that, but you'll figure out maybe as you go along, things that can be done more efficiently or whatever.
Do you provide any outpatient services?
We are not providing outpatient services at this time.
Great. Okay, I don't have any additional questions.
I just wanted to clarify, is this pursuant to a physician order? Or is this one of the situations where the,
It'll be a chart order because any practitioner. I didn't even go, I mean, in Nevada, the pharmacists can do, are you aware that the pharmacists can do some prescribing?
sorry, that was the rabbit hole I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, are you aware of that?
Prescribing or?
Is that your model or not?
It is our physician or nurse practitioner.
Okay.
One of
In
them.
Nevada, the pharmacists could do it themselves. Once they can obtain a DEA registration, which we're working with the DEA, sorry, yeah.
Did that answer your question or?
It did, but I think Mr. Tomaso had a,
Yeah, I'm curious, why do they need a pharmacy license just to dispense 2 drugs?
It's a hospital, so you have to envision any other hospital as it looks from the outside, and there's requirements of law to have a pharmacy license at all hospitals.
If they're storing drugs, they have to.
Because if a C2 nurse can get it without me. So,
Yeah, just to be very clear, they will be providing a full range of pharmaceutical care. He's here to tell you he's only doing a component of it, and there'll be other pharmacists that are not here today that will take care of the rest of it.
Right.
So it'll look like a hospital. If somebody comes in and they need an antibiotic and they need this, they will get that care. That's what she said, first dose. It sounds like they're doing IVs and other stuff like that, so that it'll be a regular hospital. It's just, they have it bifurcated to this treatment, so you have a hospital and then you have this treatment.
I understand that, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but if it's a hospital, which I say it's a hospital, and they need to dispense these 2 drugs, why do they have to follow the laws of a pharmacy? Why can't they just, why does it have to be a pharmacy laws? They're gonna be regulated as a pharmacy, not, now all they're doing is dispensing 2 drugs in a hospital, but they're being under regulations of a pharmacy. It seems like a.
Yeah, so I understand your question, and it's good you're asking it. Dave Weiss for the record, the first thing that I pointed out is they're a 78-bed hospital. So that's a small hospital, and they have different the state has different requirements when it's smaller. So once you get to 100 beds, you have to have a full-time pharmacy. You're not allowed to run this model that they're running. You have to have a full-time pharmacy, but because it's smaller, they could operate with just a pharmacy license and a consultant pharmacist, and then farm out the rest of the pharmaceutical care. They're farming out the rest of the pharmaceutical care. They still need a pharmacy license in order to have the meds there.
Yeah, I guess, you're right, I mean.
It's the law. You cannot get approval of the health department without the pharmacy license, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. And they didn't know that when they were starting, and then they were told that, and then they scrambled over to us and we did a good job getting them in.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a small hospital, but it's still a hospital.
Okay, great. Any other questions, board members? Not, I feel comfortable moving forward.
Jacobo, I move that we approve a new pharmacy application for Las Vegas Recovery Hospital.
Adam Pork, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Kobo, a second by Ms. Sephora. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna send Joe Dodge with you to introduce himself. He'll take it all over from here. Thanks, Joe. And Phil, you can go too.
Next, we'll move to agenda item 7A. That's for Giving Home Medical Equipment LLC. So if we have representatives here, if you could please come forward. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your full name and title for the record.
My name is Bryce Wooden. I'm the Executive Director for Giving Home Medical Equipment.
Will anyone else be joining you today?
No, just myself.
Great, then I'm gonna go ahead and swear you in. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and correct
I do.
and complete. Great, thank you. All right, I will turn it over to
Right.
Mr. Zunino.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is an application, for a warehouse license. It begins at page 5867 of your board book. This is a new application, submitted by Giving Home Medical Equipment LLC. Mr. Wooding, let me ask you, you signed the application, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you've indicated that you have a physical address in Las Vegas, 51 North Vegas Road.
That's correct.
Is that just an office?
It's a very small front office with about a 1,500 square foot warehouse in the back.
So there's a warehouse in the back?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So explain to me, so you've indicated on your application that that you'll be engaged in intra-company transfer and storage. What does that mean? Explain that to me, intra-company storage and transfer.
Yes, it was on the wholesale license that we applied for as well. So we have a main warehouse in Austin, Texas, where we have our headquarters. We would only use this warehouse and the wholesaler license for the purpose of transferring equipment from our main warehouse in Austin to the warehouse in Las Vegas.
Okay. So you're not transporting drugs or devices for anyone other than your own company, right? I mean, is that fair to say? Or you've
Would be
listed
warehousing any for other companies? No.
Yeah, I mean, you've listed McKesson, like these your suppliers, McKesson, Drive, Devil Bliss, but I mean that, you transport those goods for them, or you store those goods for them, or no?
No, sir. Those are ones that we purchase and would then store for patients.
Okay. So what, you have a warehouse here. Do you have vehicles here too, like a fleet of vehicles in Nevada that you use to transport goods, or?
We do have two at this point. Of course, none are active or in use, but we do have two that will be readily available.
Okay, and so you hold a warehouse, or not a warehouse, you hold a wholesaler license as well.
We do. We have an out-of-state wholesaler license and an out-of-state MDEG license as well.
Okay. And so this facility in Nevada will just strictly hold the warehouse license, correct?
That is correct.
You are not an owner of the company, is that correct?
No, I'm not an owner of the company.
Explain your role. What do you do for the company?
So I'm the executive director of Giving Home Medical Equipment. I run daily operations, long-term strategy and planning, and oversee all daily and long-term functions of the organization.
Okay. So this is not a publicly traded company. Do you have a parent company that's publicly traded, or all of your kind of shareholders?
Not publicly traded, no, but there is a parent organization structure, yes.
Okay. Do you store or transport drugs, or is it just strictly devices and durable medical equipment?
Devices, durable medical equipment.
So no drugs?
No, sir.
Those were all the questions that I have. I'll turn it over to the board.
That's kind of a follow-up, just so that, again, appreciate you being here today. So I think when you're running through Greg and you're being very forthright and honest, is your plan then that you're gonna use for a better word, an RMDig license that's out of state to be the actual provider, and that the stuff's just gonna be stored here, and it's actually them that is doing all the requirements for training the patient and patient rights and all that's gonna happen at the other place, but the device is gonna be given like from here to the patient in Nevada?
If I'm understanding correctly, yes, I believe so. So we have our main headquarters in Austin with our HME specialists that work with the patient over the phone or video conferencing to train them and educate them. We have respiratory therapists as well. The devices themselves for patients in Nevada would be stored at this warehouse.
Is it one kind of device or multiple devices?
It runs the gamut. Truly.
Okay,
We provide a wide array of devices.
So beds, do you do beds and stuff like that?
We do provide beds, yes.
Okay, and so do you bring them back and they get cleaned and all that?
They would be if they were returned, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, some are rental dependent on the insurance, so some you rent and some you own, and so they'll be going back and forth, and so.
So we actually work exclusively with one payer, the DOL for claimants of the Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program.
Okay.
Not CMS or private insurance.
Mhm.
So rentals are very rare for
Okay,
us.
that's fine. And then. Like, so the driver takes a bed out. And then are they assisting on like the setup of it and that? Obviously, they would have to in some form, but somebody else is doing. You know, what the right, there's somebody else is following up and telling them what they need to do too, and that's out of the Austin.
That is correct.
Okay, and your plan is not to get an MDIC license for the facility here, it's just to store the stuff.
That is correct.
So really, for us, it'd be like, no different of you're just saving the shipping is in a way of thinking about it.
Essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I see a new model every day, this is a new one for me, I don't know what it is, so I have to think about that.
I want to actually take a moment to thank Christy Langston as well. She worked with us for a very long time to discuss the licensure requirements and what we should be doing that did associate with our business model. So that was very helpful after working with a lot of different kinds of licensure boards in many states. That was really great.
Okay, good.
I don't have any additional questions. Board members, any additional questions?
I mean, again, for me, I don't want to jump in. I'm not hesitant because people get to apply for what they want to apply for and you have an application in front of you. So I'm not saying they don't qualify. I'm just they have to, I mean, I think that on the surface, it looks within the law. I'm not saying you're doing it. I haven't contemplated this model, so.
I guess to clarify, what would differentiate this versus the MDIG application? Because when you started asking follow-up questions, I feel like maybe parts of it does follow. What would be required for an MDIG? Like,
So I mean, we just have seen this newer dropship model, so I mean, I just have to apply and he's shaking his head, yes, but I'm not looking. We've seen this new dropship model. And our only requirement is that whoever's touching it or touching the money or touching the patient has to be licensed so that if something goes wrong, that we have a conduit for addressing it for the public of Nevada. In this case, they're doing that. And this isn't any different than if the warehouse was in Utah and it was just coming over. I think that we would allow that because it's just a dropship model. And so the dropship model is a newer model that we've seen in a couple, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with insurances and monies and what patients want. So I think on its surface, and Christy probably talked to leadership about it. It just wasn't me that I recall. So I think on its surface, it's fine. If it's not, we'll talk to them and say, this is how we feel about it. But I think it's the dropship model, but the basis just happens to be located here.
That's correct.
Okay.
So essentially, they would be using their out-of-state MDIG license?
That's what, yeah. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. The only issue that I have, because we see it, is the care for the patient. It seems like they have that in place. If the drivers are trained to do the setup, ultimately it goes back to the MDIC license. So like, just for an example, if we had a setup issue and a patient got hurt because it was improperly set up, we would be going after the MDIC license in Austin, not the warehouse license here. Not that we're gonna do that, that's too dramatic, but.
All right, well, based on what we have in front of us, I'd feel comfortable moving forward with the application today.
I agree. Madam Board, for the record, I move that we approve new warehouse license for Giving Home Medical Equipment LLCs.
Perfect. Jade can have it.
All right, so motion by Mr. Porath, second by Mr. Kobo. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We wish you all the best. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board.
Joe and Billy will be the litmus test, so I'm gonna send them to talk to you and then they'll talk to you about your inspection.
Beautiful, thank you.
Great, thank you. Have a good day. All right, next we'll call for 11B, that's Walgreens Health Solutions number 21609. We have representatives here from Walgreens, if you could please step forward or let us know.
They're here, but I don't see them in person. So they were gonna go at 3, so if we could just do my report.
Oh, there's someone here.
I'm here. Hi,
Is it
I'm
just
Ashley
you?
Patrick.
Are you the only person appearing?
Yes. I think might have council present in person.
Yeah, he's not in the room. That was my point. I expected Bill to be here too, so
Got it. Okay, we'll come back to us.
we'll it'll be just a couple minutes. Somebody will find it. You're in charge, Madam President. Do you want to just wait or do you want, what do you want to do? You can wait a minute.
Wait.
Yeah, it's fine. Bill, come on up.
So Ms. Patrick, if you could state your full name and title for the record.
Hi, Ashley Patrick. I'm the pharmacist in charge of Walgreens Hub Solutions.
Great, thank you. And then we have Mr. Stilling here.
Yes, and I'm not sure I have a whole lot to say, which I'm sure will brighten the hearts of all of you. So, this is just this is an application for a pharmacy with a unique model. I think a great model. It's gonna help patients, not necessarily dispense drugs in Nevada. So I think Ms. Patrick is in a great position to talk to you about that.
All right, sounds good. We'll turn it over to Mr. Weiss.
Okay, Dave Weiss for the record. You have in front of you a couple things, and so you have Walgreens has gone through they're requesting an ownership change, and this is just one of the pharmacies that was in it. In the ownership change. We did put the other pharmacies on the consent agenda. That was with the caveat that I was gonna request that you don't approve those until we do this today. But I got that out of order, so I apologize for that. But we still have time to fix all that. So if for some reason you don't grant this license, then we'll be addressing the other ones. My expectation is that you will grant it, but you have just a couple items that are in front of you that I'd like to address. The first one is it's a new owner that's never owned a pharmacy in Nevada. So can you talk to us about the new structure? And I think the vast majority of Walgreens, and you saw in the consent agenda and the sides of the board book, are getting converted. So can you talk about the new structure of the new Walgreens and who purchased it and what's that about for the board? Anyone?
Can you hear Ashley?
Ashley?
Hi, sorry, I was waiting for you to answer that question about the ownership change.
For me. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure, Ms. Patrick's the right one to answer the question. I mean, in a sense, I believe, and I wasn't involved in the transactions, obviously, but there was, they went from being a public company to being a private company owned by Sycamore Group. That change occurred, which precipitated the change of ownership for all the pharmacies that were on the consent agenda.
Okay, and so for Sycamore Group, what attracted them to own a pharmacy?
That I don't know. That's a level that goes up to the CEO, I think, of Walgreens.
Do you want to be given some time to get additional people on the phone or?
I can do that if, yeah, I can call somebody and.
Because we're gonna address the whole.
Yeah, I didn't think it was an issue with the Sycamore Group and.
Well, let's just go for the hub, right?
Right, the hub, right.
So I'm just asking for the hub, who's gonna own the hub?
Well, ultimately Sycamore Group through, I don't know what this.
And what is their interest in owning the hub?
I think, well, I don't even want to speculate.
Yeah.
Because I can't speak to that.
We have some time, so why don't we, if you wanna. I mean, this is a big transaction and I understand it, but they've never owned a pharmacy in Nevada. So
Right.
It's quite typical of us.
Yeah, and I thought that because the consent agenda had all the other pharmacies on, that the ownership wasn't gonna be an issue with regard to the hub.
The law states that they have to appear if they've never owned a pharmacy.
Well, if Sycamore has to appear, that probably could take some time. I don't know.
I think so. I don't think that Sycamore needs to appear. Because they have taken on the new staff. So that anybody that can answer what's gonna go on with the pharmacy. And again, I think you can understand why the state would ask these questions. They're gonna be operating 70-something pharmacies and they've never operated a pharmacy. What's gonna change? What's gonna stay the same? So I think that my expectation that there would be Walgreens employees that would be maybe answering on their behalf, but I don't know that either. So I don't think.
And so let me just clarify, do you need that answered as well for all the other pharmacies?
Yes.
Okay. That might be a bigger job. I'll make a phone call and let
We've
you.
got tons of time. We have tomorrow, we have today.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, I appreciate you moving this up and I'll see if I can get the answer today. And if it is, we can get it moved forward, and if not, then we'll do it tomorrow, I hope.
Okay, great. We'll see you at a later time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess I'll ask Todd, so I think my expectation was I was going to pull those out. How procedurally should we just do it and pull it out and then address it tomorrow, or how would you want us to proceed with that?
Yeah, that's Senior Deck Todd Weiss. I would advise we pulled out of the consent agenda. If there's questions for one, there's, questions for all. So I think that's probably the safest route to go.
Yeah, and I apologize for the board. I think I might even talk to Helen about it. I was supposed to pull those out and I didn't because I was doing something else this morning. So I would propose that you pull those off the consent agenda. Tom will walk you through how to do that. Then we can, if you approve this one, which again, I think is likely, then you could do that part of the consent.
This is Senior Deck Todd Weiss. Madam President, you have the ability to pull anything out of the consent agenda at your own volition. Doesn't require a vote.
It doesn't require. a
No,
vote, okay.
you control the agenda, so.
All right, so then for the consent agenda, we will remove item 4XX.
It's WW2 because that's just another name that they run. That's a Walgreens pharmacy local.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
So we'll remove 4.3 WW through U. Flashes. Okay, all right, so we'll note that for the record. With that, do we want to move to the general or executive report?
Go to general counsel first. Why?
In terms of the consent agenda? Dave had mentioned WW is also included as part of the Walgreens acquisition, is that correct?
Yeah, WW is a pharmacy that's located in a health facility in Elko, Nevada. Historically has provided services for mine workers, and Walgreens operates that. So it used to be independently, and then Walgreens came in. And they now, I guess, own it because then you have an ownership in front of you.
Great, so we'll start with the general counsel report.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just again give you, like I do typically, I'll give you a summary of the litigation that we have going on. Still waiting on the Court of Appeals to either issue us a notice of oral argument or decide the Bigelow case. The Bigelow case was the pharmacist who was diverting and putting pills in his pocket. I'd like to just tie it into something that you mentioned during our training. Board member Tomaso mentioned that it's generally sometimes a good idea to discuss your reasoning when you're in your deliberations, and I think that's an issue in the Bigelow case. I mean, we had a couple of issues. One was whether uncharged misconduct was improperly admitted into evidence, and then the secondary issue was, if so, assuming it was improper to admit that evidence, whether it made a difference. In other words, whether it influenced your deliberations. And the district court judge said, based upon your deliberations, and there was really an extensive record, the district court said no. So the district court didn't even address the question of whether the uncharged misconduct was admissible or inadmissible. She just jumped right to the secondary question, which was, well, I don't think it influenced their decision, and I can determine that based upon their deliberations. So I think that was illustrative, right? That was a good point that was made during the training. So as I said, we're still waiting on a decision. I think Brett may have some news on the Bernard Brooks case. I don't know. I had kind of anticipated that maybe he would appeal based upon a phone call that he made, but you haven't seen anything. Okay, so we were kind of expecting maybe an appeal in that case, but we haven't seen anything. I think the time period has passed. So right now you just have one case in court.
Very good. Thank you for your update.
All right, Dave Weiss for the record, the executive secretary report. I'll start with the financial report that's been passed out to you. Adam's gone over with me. This is our, renewal cycle for pharmacists, which are our lower renewal. You can see that we fell short of our projected amount in the top right-hand corner there of $77,000. We actually did beat the targeted or budgeted revenue for renewals, but because of the way the month fell, those will fall onto the November posting. So no concerns with how renewals went. We met or slightly exceeded what our renewal expectation was. As far as anything else, the board is still in good financial strength. As I pointed out in the past, we're at the point now, we've added some staff, so we're working at a slight deficit at this point. We'll try to address that as people change, and if we can hold off getting people, so I'll continue. I've talked to Adam about that and how those kind of things. I think more importantly, we've completed our audit as required by statute. It got turned into Legislative Counsel Bureau on time. I did talk to Helen Adam about this, that we didn't have it in time to post this particular meeting, so we'll be reviewing it in January and answer questions. I have sent it to Helen and Adam. They both told me that they've reviewed it and are okay, so I'll send it out to the rest of the board members, but we'll post it and it'll be public for the agenda. There were no deficiencies during that time. We always discover some things that we can do better, and we're working on those already, but there was no deficiencies reported, and that was a clean audit. The delay was related to the federal government closure and the rules for what's called a single audit related to any federal grants that we get. They did not post the rules for that so that we could do the audit in compliance with the federal laws and rules, because they closed for the non-funding of the federal government. And so those rules are out now, and I expect that to be done the middle of December. We'll be done with that single audit. I think, we've worked with the auditors already. I don't see that there'll be any issues with that. We really have never had an issue with that. And then I'll have to do a supplemental submission into LCB related to our other audit, and I've been corresponding with them, and they'll do that. Any state agency that had to turn in an audit that was related to federal grant dollars would have been delayed the same as we would, and they know that that's going to happen. But they wanted us to turn in what we had, and we didn't turn that in. So you'll see that in January. And then I can pause for any other questions you might have, or if Adam wants to say anything or not, doesn't have to.
Adam Porth for the record, I would just echo what Dave said, that it was good to see a clean audit as expected. And just note the difference related to the renewal fees, and I'm sure next month we'll see that reflected.
Great, thank you.
Okay, on with my report. The temporary licenses are in there as you've seen. The changes in address are in there. I'll talk about meetings and other boards and other regulatory health boards because it came up today. You guys probably, I mean, more than anybody, have seen the Medi-Spa issue, and that we operate within the laws to apply the laws the best that we can. The state, I think, should take a look at globally how we address Medi-Spas and how these things are operating. Yen and I have begun multiple meetings with the health department. They share a similar concern, and I think that we're planning on asking the legislature to change the rules related to it at the next session. I think it looks something like a narcotic treatment center or a skilled nursing facility, as you see yesterday, which is I mean, there's no law yet, but this is what we're pointing to, and I'm just telling you in our discussions. That there's a primary license with the health department that everybody gets captured in when they're doing these kind of things. And then if they're going to possess or administer or dispense drugs, that there would be a second inspection and registration by us. We'll just go through the process. We need to find, Hillary will actually help us with that. The health department, we would need to find somebody to run the bill. It's potentially that the governor's aware of it, his staff is aware of this issue. It's the AG is aware of this issue. So there could be various people that have bills that want to attempt to address it and make this safer. And then we get to the point where you can drive down the street and see what they're doing, and then see it starts with, do you have a license or not a license? I think the key is my personal key is that the people that are operating already in compliance with the law, and it looks more like a doctor's office, are not asked to do much more than they're already doing, and that the people that operate like you see in front of you that don't have any medical provider involved at all have a way to know upfront that these are what the rules are, and we've written them out, and this is what's expected in Nevada. So I hope that it does get some traction. Talk to the other boards about it. Everybody's in the same page. We all take different actions related to the statutes and regulations that we have. But we do work with all the other boards. So I think that as far as the other boards, that's the big thing that we're working on right now. Licensing activities are in there, and then also in there is the site and fines, which Skylar's doing those now for us, and she's putting those out. So that's part of her compliance role that she has with us. As far as your regs and things that are coming back from the Legislative Council Bureau, the special session delayed that. So that put a hold on all those things. So we're delayed with that, and we'll see when they get caught up with that. So that is my report. And I'm also being told that because of me, we have missed 4GG for Walgreens. They also have 4 GG, which is 6 Gs, through 4 Q, which is 6 Qs. So if you can address those, Madam President, the staff is watching me and keeping me in line.
Okay, thank you, board staff. Appreciate that. Okay, so that was for the consent agenda 4.4, and then it's G through Q. Is that correct? Okay, so those have been removed from the consent agenda as well. Thank you.
And I think if you could just take a break and we'll follow up with Walgreens and see if we're gonna get it done today or tomorrow.
All right, we'll take a quick break.
Thanks.
So for the consent agenda, I do want to update that there are a couple more that need to be taken off the agenda that are related to Walgreens. And that would be 4.4 A. I think it goes all the way through to the next,
It's just that particular one.
oh, that particular one. Okay. So.
And then for Dave Weeks, for some clarity, we are working with Walgreens. If we can see him tomorrow and address the law that requires an appearance for a new pharmacy owner that's not a pharmacist, we'll try to do it tomorrow, or it may need to be continued to a following meeting. Sorry about that. The board put the consent agenda together to keep the other things not being expanded in between, and that I won't do that again, but I mean, they need to appear, so there's no way around that, so.
Thank you. Anything else or any other agenda items?
Not for me.
All right, then we'll go ahead and move to public comment as our final order of business today. So the board will open up the floor for any public comment. If there's anyone in the room or online who wishes to make a public comment, please come forward or let us know through Zoom. Okay, I don't see anyone in the room coming forward. Do we have anyone online?
No, I don't see anybody online, Madam President.
All right, with that, then, that concludes our agenda for today. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you, everyone.